nights, and welcome to the Yankees and the Red Sox on the Fox Saturday Baseball Game of the Week. How about a check of the standings? First of all, in the AL East right now, the Yankees have a 1.5 game lead over Tampa Bay. This is a day-night doubleheader day for the Yankees and the Red Sox, and there's the race for the best record at the bottom of the graphic. And now welcome to the booth. I'm Joe Buck. That is Tim McCarver. So a lot is at stake here over the next 24 hours. 3 games for the Yankees as they try to figure out where and against whom they're going to play the first round of the playoffs coming up starting on Wednesday. And, Tim, there are 3 major things that the Yankees are looking at here today.
That's exactly right. Over the next, 12 hours or so, they're going to see whether Andy Pettitte can be healthy and effective, whether A.J. Burnett will be effective, and whether they'll finish in first place in the American League East. We asked Joe Girardi which was the most important. He said the 2 most important, Andy Pettitte's effectiveness and A.J. Burnett, because you can never get enough pitching.
And it's Andy Pettitte in Game 1 of this split doubleheader, and it's A.J. Burnett in the nightcap. Well, you know the faces and the names throughout history, the Yankees and the Red Sox. One team is moving on to the postseason. The Yankees, the Boston Red Sox, gave it a fight, but they come up a little short here in 2010. So off we go. Take a break. Baseball coming your way next on Fox. They suffered through 3+ hours of rain here last night. Eventually the game was postponed until today, part of a split doubleheader. And here's a look at the season numbers between the Yankees and the Red Sox. They played 15 times. They play this afternoon. They play tonight. They play tomorrow afternoon early. So a lot to be determined with the Yankees and their fate and where they will sit, not only in the AL East, but obviously where they sit in the race for home field advantage. If you don't know, Minnesota already won today, so that race is as tight as it can get as well. There's a look at the Yankee dugout, a team that really has stumbled during the month of September, 12-15. And the last time the Yankees had a record under 500 during the month of September was in 2000. That's the bad news. The good news is they won the World Series that year. You look at Joe Girardi with the decisions he has to make. So much to be determined with regard to who they play. Could be a different looking rotation, different looking makeup to the bullpen if it's Minnesota or if it's the Texas Rangers. Minnesota's more left-handed dominant, Texas more right-handed dominant. So there's a lot of action here. And Tim, when we met with Joe Girardi before the game, he said, look, that rainout was not anything that we wanted a part of. They wanted to play last night. They don't want to play a split doubleheader today. That's the way, that's the hand that they're dealt. But with an older club, they don't want to have to play 2 on the final Saturday of the regular season.
Yeah, and playing 3 in the last 24 hours of a regular season. As far as the Yankees, I was a bit surprised at Girardi saying that Pettitte and Burnett were more important than home field advantage, because Andy Pettitte was hurt back in late July, his left groin. This is only his second start since coming back off the DL. A.J. Burnett is 10-15. He's had all sorts of problems this year. So Joe Girardi saying because pitching is so important, they are the 2 most important things and more important than home field advantage.
The reason we're a little bit delayed here at the start is they are having a farewell for Mike Lowell. Mike Lowell has announced that this is it. He will retire. He has had a tremendous career, which started in the Yankee organization and now will end in the Red Sox organization. A guy who was the MVP of the 2007 World Series, a 4-time All-Star, including 3 times in the National League with the Marlins. He won a World Championship with the Marlins in '03. He came here with Josh Beckett in 2006 in a deal for Hanley Ramirez. Both teams benefited from that. While Beckett signed a contract extension in April, Mike Lowell is finished as of tomorrow. And there is the resume, a guy who hit a home run on Wednesday when the team was playing the White Sox, did not retrieve the baseball, hoping to hit another one before the end of the season because he forgot to get that souvenir, his final home run. And he is in the lineup today playing first base. During the pregame ceremony, they gave him third base. It's been replaced. And Lowell is batting the number 5 spot behind David Ortiz. So we're about ready for the Red Sox to take the field. And when they do, they'll be doing so behind the knuckleballing right-hander, Tim Wakefield. Terry Francona, it's got to be an odd sensation for Terry and his club, because this is only the second time since Francona took over in 2004 that the Red Sox are not moving on to the postseason. They didn't do it in 2006. And Tim, they didn't do it here in 2010. But my gosh, if any team has an excuse, it's got to be the Boston Red Sox, with the number of injuries that they have suffered, and injuries to big-time players on this roster here this season. We'll give you the starting lineup for the New York Yankees and talk more about that. And this is brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Derek Jeter will lead off. Then Curtis Granderson's in that number 2 spot. Mark Teixeira hits third. A-Rod is the DH. Robinson Cano, Nick Swisher, Jorge Posada, Brett Gardner, and Ramiro Pena bats and plays third base. And all of that against the right-hander Tim Wakefield, who has had infrequent use, is making just his 19th start. And he has a record of 4-10.
Yeah, it's rare to see Tim Wakefield with only 135 innings of work, but he has done everything for the Red Sox this year, and really every year since he's been with them. 179 wins for Boston. That is actually, and there are only 2 pitchers ahead of him. Roger Clemens and Cy Young have won 192 games, while members of the Boston Red Sox, and Timmy has been Mr. Versatility. In fact, he had 15 saves for the Red Sox back in 1999.
His career arc is one to really look at and I think marvel at, with how he started, where he went, he was released, and what he's become here in Boston. This game is brought to you by Budweiser, official beer of the thirst inning, the beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. Budweiser, it's what we do. Jeter will lead it off. And as he steps in, it's worth talking about what this series really means. The Red Sox are trying to play spoiler, trying to get to 90 wins. They'll have to sweep the series to do it. The Yankees again are in the fight for the division title and possible home field advantage throughout the playoffs in the American League. Ball and a strike from Wakefield. Jeter has been hitting better of late, hitting .333 in the last 17 games, and now to his right. What a good play. And the second baseman Felipe Lopez, who most recently was in St. Louis with the Cardinals, takes care of Jeter.
Released by the Cardinals, picked up by the Red Sox. An odd happening. You don't see that type of transaction this late in the season, but a fine play by Felipe Lopez. He can play three positions, second, short, and third, and play them well.
So one away. Wakefield gets a leadoff man, and now we'll deal with Curtis Granderson, who has gone through, I don't want to say an entire, but a rather extensive makeover with his batting stance and his approach under the guidance of Kevin Long, the very good hitting coach of the Yankees, and 2 quick strikes on Granderson. A lot less movement. Bat is back and ready to go, and he is 3 pitches and goodbye. 2 out. Take a look at Boston defensively. Daniel Nava's in left. Darnell McDonald's in center. Bill Hall is in right. Navarro, the young third baseman. Lowry, Felipe Lopez, Mike Lowell. And the catcher is Victor Martinez, who for the most part handles Tim Wakefield about as well as you can. A guy who's the everyday catcher but isn't bothered by corralling the knuckleball. Strike 1.
Mark Teixeira electing to bat right-handed against the knuckleballers. A lot of switch hitters use that strategy. And plus, it's not a bad strategy here at Fenway Park because of the wall being only 295 feet down the left field line.
And he gets one into left field. That ball will drop for a base hit. So the first half inning continues. Teixeira's on. And for a guy who's sitting just .232 during the month of September, 3 homers, 12 RBIs. He's on with a flare to left.
Does not hit it well, but hits it in front of the left fielder, Dan Nava.
And all that does is give the fans here at Fenway a chance to boo Rodriguez in the first inning instead of booing him in the second.
Right.
There are the numbers for Rodriguez. 13 straight. It's a baseball record. Seasons for A-Rod with 30 home runs or more and 100 or more RBIs.
They could, the Fenway faithful could be in a situation where they would be cheering for Alex Rodriguez. But it was not to be. He almost signed with the Red Sox about six years ago.
2 quick strikes from Wakefield on Alex Rodriguez. 8th overall in the American League with his 30 home runs. And just lunging after it and getting a piece of it. Keeping it 0-2 is Rodriguez. A guy who was on the disabled list with a calf injury. Joe Girardi has, as you look at Alex Rodriguez's reaction looking back at Wakefield out on the mound, he was impressed by that knuckleball, and now he shoots one into right. 2 soft hits by the 3-4 hitters for the Yankees, Teixeira and Rodriguez. And you talk about a swing where a guy was just trying to put the bat on the ball. That was it.
Wait as long as you can. I heard someone once say against a knuckleball pitcher, you try to take the knuckleball out of the catcher's mitt. And that way it forces you to wait as long as you can. A late swing, right field hit for A-Rod.
And it continues the inning for Robinson Cano, who is a lifetime .346 hitter here at Fenway. That's the second best among active players. He could put the Yankees on top. He takes strike 1. Well, this series is not what either team had in mind. The Yankees don't mind it. The Red Sox certainly do. When the schedule came out, thinking the last weekend of the regular season, Yankees and Red Sox, there'd be everything on the line. And for Boston, they're making offseason plans, and the Yankees are just basically playing for record and playoff positioning. Anticlimactic ending to the season, at least with regard to this matchup of the Yankees and the Red Sox. Boston threw it all, 87 and 72. As Cano grounds one to Lowell. It's his day, but he's in a giving mood. And he flips to Wakefield, covering the bag. Let's go to the bottom of the first here at Fenway. Game one of a split double dip, no score. Beautiful crisp day here in New England. The starting lineup for the Boston Red Sox is brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Darnell McDonald leads off. Then Jed Lowry, Victor Martinez, David Ortiz, Mike Lowell. Bill Hall is in right field. Daniel Nava. Yamaiko Navarro is the third baseman, and Felipe Lopez bats in the number 9 spot at second base. All of that against Andy Pettitte, who's making his third start since coming off the disabled list. Good against Baltimore. Not good last weekend against the Red Sox, and he was bothered by a stiff low back.
Yeah, I erred when I said the second start. He has had 2 starts, this being his third, as you corrected, Joe.
Well, I did it after the fact.
Well, of course.
I didn't want to call you right away.
I know that. From groin to back. He went on the DL because of his groin. He had some problems with his lower back. Joe Girardi said it's fine right now, but it did affect him in trying to keep the ball down. And, of course, he is pointing to Thursday, either at Yankee Stadium or Minnesota.
Okay, so you've got a $200+ million payroll. You've got an ace on your staff named Sabathia, who's been great. The fastball is upstairs to McDonald from Andy Pettitte. And if you're Joe Girardi, Brian Cashman, the Yankees management, you are crossing your fingers, hoping that Andy Pettitte looks like Andy Pettitte, and not like he looked last weekend against the Red Sox, and that he's healthy. Try to get him up to 100 pitches. And B, A.J. Burnett looks like he can pitch at all. He goes in the nightcap. There's a strike, and A.J. Burnett has been, well, by his own summation, rubbish. That's how he characterized his 2010 season.
A guy who cannot characterize his season as that, in my view, should be the Game 2 starter, and that's Phil Hughes. Everybody's thinking, well, if Pettitte's okay today, he'll automatically be the Game 2 starter. In my view, Phil Hughes is the second best starter for the Yankees right now and should be given the ball to start Game 2.
But wait a minute, you're talking about a guy who's 18-9 in his career in the postseason.
I know, but he's had only 3 starts before that start next Thursday.
Interesting.
I don't think they'll do that, by the way. I think they'll start Andy Pettitte. But I think Phil Hughes is certainly capable, more than capable, of pitching a good game as a starter for the Yankees.
Good start for Pettitte as he strikes out Darnell McDonald. He fooled him, and here's the defense for the Yankees. Basically their starting group. Gardner in left, Granderson in center, Swisher in right. It's not Alex Rodriguez at third, it's Pena. Rodriguez the DH, Teixeira across the way, Jeter and Cano. The double play combination, and Posada catching Andy Pettitte. With one out, nobody on, here's Jed Lowry. And he grounds to third. Pena with a backhand. Long throw, 2 out. Well, they've got Andy Pettitte, Tim, going today, and this is just to further the conversation. And it's interesting that you would put Phil Hughes in the number 2 spot. The Yankees have Pettitte scheduled today and then on normal rest because he's working in today's game instead of last night because of the rainout. He would work Thursday game 2 of that division series.
I just think there's a lot of pressure on a guy, even a guy who's been around like Andy Pettitte, to consider one start. He's going to probably pitch 5 innings, maybe 85 pitches in this game. And you consider whether he does poorly or well in this game to dictate whether he starts on Thursday, where Hughes has not been on the disabled list this year and has been healthy and answered the bell for the most part all year.
0-1 pitch to Martinez, bounces in. We take a look at the sprint player first for the Boston Red Sox. Victor Martinez with his 76 RBIs, his first among catchers across the big leagues. 2 out, nobody on. And Martinez takes up and away ball 2. 2-1. The other part of it is because the Yankees at this point, I don't think they trust A.J. Burnett. You probably go into the division series thinking that they're only going to use 3 starters as they did last year during the postseason as they won their 27th World Championship. And they are so worried about the pitch count and innings count with Phil Hughes and how can we limit this and blah, 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 that instead of Hughes, you bring back Pettitte. And I think it's a valid question. How much is he ready to pitch 2 times in a best-of-5 series? The second of which would come on normal rest. There's a pitch over the inside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 out, nobody on. Ortiz would follow, and Martinez upset that last pitch was called a strike. Home plate umpire is Mike Winters, a 400 hitter. Batting right-handed is Victor Martinez. And with 2 out, nobody on, a line drive into center that's going to drop for a base hit.
Boston Red Sox have to make up their mind whether they're going to sign Victor Martinez this year. Some have his fastball in on the hands and lifts it to center. As Joe said, the best hitter against left-handed pitching in the major leagues this year. But the Red Sox with a lot of decisions to make, and one of them is at the plate, one of them is at first base.
And one of them's in California with his 3rd child, and that's Adrian Beltre.
Yeah.
The guy at the plate, David Ortiz, his turnaround from the beginning of the season is remarkable. There's a strike. We were all talking about whether David Ortiz was finished. In April, he hit 143, 1 homer, 4 RBIs, and now here he is with 102 RBIs and 32 home runs, 5th best total in the league, and his average has climbed all the way up to 268.
Saying the same thing about David 2 years in a row. Last year, he was the last designated hitter to hit a home run in the American League. I think it was May 22nd. And then this year, the 143 paltry average for the month of April.
And now the Red Sox are in a position where they have a $12.5 million option, a club option, that they have to exercise within 10 days of the end of the World Series. And if they don't bring back Ortiz, and there should be a big bidding war for Adrian Beltre, who had a great season any way you look at it for Boston in his 1-year deal. Where's the power going to come from if you don't bring David Ortiz back? There's a pitch for ball 2, 2-1.
Right.
Theo Epstein during the week said our defense wasn't good enough. We need to fix the bullpen. Pitching was really good with two guys, and Buchholz and Lester, and less than advertised with Lackey and Beckett. There's ball 3, 3-1. McDonald struck out. Jed Lowry grounded out. Victor Martinez flipped a base hit into center. And here's a 3-1. Full count.
So far, there is no discernible difference in Andy Pettitte. The Andy Pettitte we're used to seeing, and the Andy Pettitte that had groin problems. Andy is throwing the ball very, very well. The velocity there is there, and the location's there for the most part.
And so's the stare from underneath the bill of his cap.
He hasn't forgotten that.
Runner will go. 3-2 pitch to Ortiz is down for ball 4. A hit, a walk, 2 on, 2 out for the man honored before the game, Mike Lowell.
Not too many players who start their career with the Yankees and end up with the Red Sox get this type of ovation at Fenway Park.
What's it going to be for Lowell with a chance in the first inning, ball 1? And a guy who is universally liked. Came up with the Yankees, a world champ with the Marlins, traded here to Boston. And he is retiring at the end of the year. That's into right center field. Swisher to his right, can't get it. Lowell delivers in the first. 1 run scores. That's Martinez. Big Poppy all the way around. No throw. 2-0 Boston.
What do you do on Mike Lowell Day? Well, if you're Mike Lowell, you deliver in a hurry. Fastball away, rifle to right center, and a bad route that Nick Swisher took. He went over and then back, but it's certainly understandable for Nick because right field, the sun in the early fall at Fenway is very, very difficult to play, as evidenced by the play Lou Piniella made back on October 2nd, 1978 in the 9th inning. A remarkable play that really led to the Yankees going to the World Series that year. Bucky Dent hit the home run, but Piniella made the great defensive play in a similar right field.
I was on this date 32 years ago.
Yep.
And here it's Lowell making it 2-0 Boston, and Bill Hall takes ball 2, 2-0. No definite plans on who gets the ball tomorrow for the Yankees. I think a lot of it depends on the position they're in the division. What the Tampa Bay Rays do. They're not hitting at all. They lost again last night, shut out by the Kansas City Royals.
Evan Longoria missing his 7th straight game with the pulled left quad.
You'd think there'd be some action for Phil Hughes. As you look at the standings in the AL East, it's a half-game difference between the Yankees and the Tampa Bay Rays. Here's a 3-0 to Hall and a fly ball into right. Long run for Swisher. Stumbles but makes the catch. How about Mike Lowell, the 36-year-old, hanging it up at the end of the season? He puts Boston on top 2-0 after 1. Gillette is sponsored by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. By Sprint, the Now Network. And by the new Ford Fiesta. It's a pretty big deal. We move into the second inning. The Red Sox get 2 in their half of the first, so 2-0. Yankees left 2 on in the top of the first. It'll be Nick Swisher, Jorge Posada, and Brett Gardner. One of 3 power hitting switch hitters in the Yankee lineup. They've got switch hitters back to back now, with Granderson hitting up in the number 2 spot. That floats in from Wakefield, and the count 1-1 strike. Nick Swisher is hitting .289, 28 home runs, 88 RBIs, and he has been battling a bad knee. Bottom falls out of that pitch, and it's strike 2. Tim Wakefield, who is signed through next year, 44 years old. Florida native. A guy who came up with the Pirates in 1992. What a year he had. After getting called up, he was 8-1 with a 2.15 ERA. And in the NLCS that year against the Braves, he went 2-0, beat Tommy Glavine twice. And in his time with the Boston Red Sox, that's where he ranks. First in starts, third in wins. As that one falls away, 2-2.
Tim Wakefield beating Tommy Glavine twice in that '92 series, and that, of course, the series where the single, the score, Sid Bream from second base gave the Atlanta Braves their first pennant since, well, their first in Atlanta. Well, they won it the year before. That's right.
Here's a 3-2 pitch and a fly ball into left center. Well hit. It'll be off it or over it. It's off it. And Nick Swisher is into second with a stand-up double. So Swisher rattles one off the green monster in left center. He's at .290, and that's the way the second inning starts for New York.
With the 2-run lead, Tim Wakefield throwing the fastball with the full count to Swisher. And Nick, who is also the beneficiary of Kevin Long advice, the hitting instructor for the Yankees, both Swisher and Granderson much quieter in approaching the ball.
Brings in Posada. Jorge is hitting just .213 this season with runners in scoring position. That compares to coming into this season at .286 in that category. There are the numbers overall: 57 RBIs with 18 home runs. Brett Gardner will follow, and then Ramiro Pena. Big swing and a miss, strike 2. Six of the 7 hitters faced, he's gone with a first pitch strike. He's got some control over that knuckleball as he strikes out Posada on 3 pitches. 1 away. Here are the 4 keys to the game here on a Saturday at Fenway.
Well, we told you what Joe Girardi said. It's Pettitte, Burnett, and then home field advantage over the next 12 hours or so. And as far as Boston is concerned, so far it's been perfect for Mike Lowell. The appreciation by the crowd, by the owners, $100,000 check to the Mike Lowell Foundation, and then a 2-run double. All the scoring in this game.
Gardner now, who is hitting .278, the number 8 man in the order, shows bunt and bunts it foul.
Wakefield catching the return throw from the umpire behind his back.
There's the strikeout, and that ball
dancing
out of the hand of Tim Wakefield for the second strikeout. He struck out Granderson on 3 pitches in the first, and he gets Posada here in the second. And here's the catch. It was from Victor Martinez. That ball drops low, and the count 1-1.
I guess this is Tim Wakefield's version of Dancing with the Stars when he throws that knuckleball up there to the star Yankee hitters.
Gardner waits for a 1-1 pitch. 2 balls and a strike. You watched any of that this year, Dancing with the Stars?
I've watched it a couple of times. Yes, I'm a big dance fan, Joe. I don't know if you knew that.
I did. Here's a 2-1. That's a strike.
Dancing has improved, by the way, since the knee replacement surgery.
So what you're doing is throwing your name in the ring in case they're asking.
No, I'm not. I would not be on that. No chance. It's passed me by, pal.
Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's ripped into right field on a line. Hall finds it, battling the sun, and that's out number 2. That ball was smashed.
I think that's a perfect call, too, Joe. He had to find it before he caught it. Catching it's the easy part. Where is it? Whoa. Routine plays become very difficult in the early October sun here at Fenway.
Bill Hall's been a nice pickup for this Boston team, considering all of the injuries. A guy who hit .244, 18 home runs, 46 RBIs. He can play anywhere. He's in right today. He found out number 2, and now it's up to Ramiro Pena. Strike 1. Leadoff double by Swisher. He has not moved since. San Diego has jumped out on top of San Francisco as they continue to battle in the NL West. San Francisco with a 2-game lead, and the Padres are a game out in the NL wild card behind Atlanta. 1-1. Pena has not gone deep this season, 18 RBIs. There's the Minnesota win. At home over Toronto. Here's a fly ball into left center. Darnell McDonald in and to his right. A leadoff double. Nothing after that for the Yankees. Bottom of the second rolls in. 2-0 Red Sox. By Gillette is sponsored by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. We go into the bottom of the second here at Fenway. The Red Sox will have Nava, Navarro, and Felipe Lopez. That should tell you the state of the Red Sox right now and what they've been through. That here in their last weekend of the year against the Yankees, they have McDonald, Lowry, Hall, Nava, Navarro, and Felipe Lopez, who was cut by St. Louis in the starting lineup against Andy Pettitte. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nava's first 23 games, you remember how he broke in with a grand slam to start his big league career. 312 over his first 23, that 1 home run, 16 RBIs. He's struggled since. He's sent back down, called up. Here's how he began on June 12th against Philadelphia. And the right-hander Joe Blanton. And it doesn't get any better than that.
No. He's had 173 at-bats since then without a home run. But oh, the memories.
And he strikes out to start the second. Strikeout number 2 for Andy Pettitte, and that'll bring in Yamaiko Navarro. The numbers for Navarro, who's getting a chance at third base with Adrian Beltre away from the team, not just today, but he won't be back tomorrow either. Went home for the birth of his third child, a daughter, last night. And Adrian Beltre will end his season with a .321 average, 49 doubles to lead the league, 28 homers, 102 RBIs, and he was, I think, is as good or maybe better than advertised for the Red Sox after his time in Seattle.
Oh, I think he was better than advertised. To hear Terry Francona saying that he was one of the toughest players that he's ever managed. Consistent, loved to play every day, ran every ball out.
The 1-2. The story that Terry Francona told us before the day, I think, speaks volumes as to what kind of a manager he is and how he communicates with regard to Adrian Beltre, but I'm sure there are examples of it with just about everybody on this team. That's fouled out of play. He said, early on, this is Francona talking, I had to deal with the Mike Lowell situation, trying to mix him in at third, and I would sit Adrian Beltre from time to time, and then Beltre settled in. Francona realized what he had, and Francona went to Beltre and said, you know what, I messed up. I made a mistake. I was meddling too much in that, and I apologize. I won't do it again. Here's Pena. Can't make a play. That's a base hit all the way for Navarro. But just to finish, Francona said, I made the mistake. I won't do it again. Adrian Beltre, come to me if you need some time off, but you're going to play every day. And he said for the rest of the season, he never came to him and wanted any time off.
And if you don't think a manager who is honest with a player like that they don't do something about it for the rest of the year. And that's exactly what Beltre did. He appreciated that fact, the honesty of Francona. I think Terry Francona is the manager of the year in the American League. In fact, my picks would be Charlie Manuel of the Phillies, who had a lot of problems with injuries and have seen the Phillies with the best record in baseball going into today's game, and Terry Francona in the American League.
First pitch is strike to the number 9 man, Felipe Lopez, who lines a base hit into center. That's his first hit with Boston. Stopping at second is Navarro, 2 on, 1 out. Now 1 for 7 is Lopez, who was cut last week by St. Louis.
Hard to believe that Terry Francona, taking over for Grady Little after the 2003 season, never has had a first place vote as a manager. Never.
For manager of the year?
For manager of the year. Kind of hard to believe for a guy who's won 2 world championships in 2004 and 7.
There's Darnell McDonald with 2 on, 1 out. Andy Pettitte right back into trouble after giving up 2 in the first. There's a strike. If Andy Pettitte pitches well, the Yankees will say, it's a great step. We wanted to see that. Now we're ready for the postseason. If he doesn't pitch that well and the numbers aren't that good, but he gets through it healthy, and he proves that not just the groin but his back is better, then I think they'll still consider this a positive step as they approach the division series starting on Wednesday.
Yeah, I think he'll start on Thursday against the Twins. The reason I brought up Phil Hughes earlier was just something else to consider. I mean, from what I've read, Joe Girardi and Dave Island and Brian Cashman, they haven't considered that. I'm sure they've considered it, but not a lot of ink over Phil Hughes starting game 2.
Here's the 0-2. That's out number 2 and strikeout number 2 of the inning, third of the game for Andy Pettitte. Time now for a DirecTV game break. The only way to watch every MLB game in HD. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Padres at Giants. Top of the first, bases loaded, 2 out. Zito walks Torrealba. And then the next batter, Barry Zito walks Scott Hairston to score David Eckstein. 2-0 San Diego as they trail out west by 2 games. They trail in the wild card by 1. The only way to watch every MLB game in HD. Call 1-800-DirecTV. 2 on, 2 out for Jed Lowry, who bounced out to third his first time up. And strike 1 to Lowry. Lowry was just voted the Red Sox comeback player of the year last year. Missed basically the entire season with a wrist injury. This year started the season with mono. Missed the first half of the year, but he's really come on and played well here down the stretch. He takes ball 1.
8 days ago, Jed Lowry had a 3-run home run against Andy Pettitte to open scoring in a game won by the Red Sox on a Friday night at Yankee Stadium.
In that game, Andy Pettitte had the bat back, couldn't get the ball down, and got drilled for 7 runs in 3 1/3. After his first outing, coming back from missing 2 months with the groin injury, 6 innings, 1 run on 3 hits at Baltimore. Now today, 2 runs on 4 hits with 1 walk, 3 strikeouts, and a 2-1 count on Lowry. Right back toward us, actually toward John Sterling and Susan Waldman. The count's 2-2.
As we are looking at John and Susan now and waving, everything's fine.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 on, 2 out. And a check swing on a pitch over but low. And the count full. Now the runners will go. Lead man is Navarro at second, Felipe Lopez at first, and they will take off with the pitch. And it's strike 3 called as Andy Pettitte strikes out the side in the second. 2 hits, 2 left. Red Sox have stranded 3. 2-0 Boston. Back after this from your local Fox station. All presented by Gillette. First pitch is a ball to Derek Jeter, who grounded out to second his first time. Granderson and Teixeira the next two. Ball two. Take a look at the sprint player first for the New York Yankees. It's Derek Jeter, first all time in postseason games, hits, and runs. All the extra opportunities with the extra layers in the postseason, and then all the success that the Yankees have had since he was Rookie of the Year in '96.
He is first during the season for the Yankees, too, playing 2 more games than Mickey Mantle.
There's a strike from Wakefield. It's 3-1.
I thought William Roden of the New York Times had a marvelous article about Derek Jeter and being the brand name, working for a team with the brand name in the Yankees, and how the Yankees have got to sign Derek Jeter. You don't ignore the numbers, but you're not as rigid with the numbers with Derek Jeter when you look at him as a brand name as you would be anybody else.
Oh, I also think you look at the intangibles and the position he plays defensively and what he means to the organization. It's more than a guy who's, and he's still hitting okay. I mean, I know it's been a down year. Last year was one of his best. But when you're past 35, everybody starts looking at the figures and
get the shovel out.
Yeah. Same for Mariano Rivera. He's 40 now, so every article has Mariano Rivera, 40, has blown 3 saves during the month of September.
Leading people to believe that older players can't come back, and that's simply not true.
Here's a 1-1 inside from Wakefield, 2 balls and a strike. Speaking of Rivera, who we obviously may or may not see before the end of the day, was working on the side 2 times. And the team was in Toronto to try to get some mechanical issues squared away. Granderson hits it hard into center. That ball will not be caught. 1 hop up against the wall. Jeter scores easily, and Granderson is into third with a stand-up RBI triple. It's 2-1. That ball was smoked by Curtis Granderson.
Well, you talked about his quiet motion at the plate. That was a fastball. Wakefield tried to tail it away. Wakefield falling behind both Jeter and Granderson. And Curtis Granderson continues his hot hitting.
How important would it be for the Yankees as Teixeira takes a pitch over but low, ball 1, if they can put Granderson in the number 2 spot and leave Granderson in the number 2 spot, the spot that was occupied by Johnny Damon, who he essentially replaces from a year ago. And Damon was good in the postseason, had an okay year with Detroit, gave up a lot to get Granderson, including Austin Jackson, who's in the Rookie of the Year conversation in the American League, Phil Koch, a good left-hander, Ian Kennedy, a solid middle of the rotation guy in Arizona. That's a foul. But the work that Granderson has done, I find it remarkable at this level with the pressure that these guys are under, to remake your approach at the plate and remake your swing and do it in 2 days off in Texas in August. To me, is very impressive, and Granderson has done that, and the power has followed. It's Kevin Long, the hitting coach. Here's a grounder to third. Navarro checks on the runner and gets the out at first, 1 away.
Yeah, and Joe Girardi telling us before the game, it's very difficult when you trade for a player of Granderson's caliber, and the reason you trade for him is because you think he's a very talented bat, runner, fielder, and you don't want to change too many things too quickly. But once a half of the season goes by, you feel like, well, now I think we can talk to him. So he and Kevin Long working with Granderson. He took the 2 days off at Texas, and boy, has it ever paid benefits.
Here's a pitch inside to Rodriguez, who just flipped a base hit to right his first time up. Since that session, in fact, since the end of August, Granderson's hit 10 home runs. Here's a foul out of play off to the right. Only Jose Pettitte of the Toronto Blue Jays has more.
And the other thing that will allow him to bat second against left-handed pitching is that through the first 88 games, he had 209 against left-handers. The last 46 games, 297.
That's foul. Strike 2 on Rodriguez. And you're talking about either the Texas Rangers, who feature Cliff Lee and C.J. Wilson.
Right.
The top 2 starters in Texas, both left-handed. You're dealing with Francisco Liriano and Dunsing, another lefty for the Minnesota Twins.
Yep.
Say nothing of very good and very young David Price in Tampa Bay. That'll tie it. RBI ground out by Rodriguez. It's 2-2. So a walk, a triple, a ground out, followed by another. And it's a 2-2 game, and we look ahead to our coverage of the postseason coming up, which will start October 16th, 2 weeks from today. We'll have the National League Championship Series right here on Fox leading into the World Series again on October 16th. ALCS is on TBS. And the World Series is right here. 2 out, nobody on. A foul backing out of play off the bat of Cano. If the Yankees sweep the double dip here today, they've got a day-night, 2 separate gates here at Fenway, and Tampa Bay loses tonight, the Yankees tomorrow will be playing for nothing. Here is a fly ball into right, well hit. Hall back into the corner. This ball is gone. Home run, Robinson Cano. Yankees lead on Cano's 29th of the year. And a 3-run third inning has New York on top.
Major League players, you can see them hanging around the batting cage and marveling at the ease with which Robinson Cano swings. So fluid. Perhaps a better view. Boy, that is sweet. Oof.
And with 2 out, nobody on, here is Swisher, who doubled his first time. That floats in high, ball 1. So Cano gets number 29. Can you imagine a second baseman who's so good defensively as Robinson Cano is? Swisher off balance, strike 2. Who's 7th in the American League, hitting .314, and now's popped 29 home runs, 8th in RBIs, plays every day, and is now the primary protection for Alex Rodriguez in the number 5 spot after the departure of Hideki Matsui to the Angels. That's strike 3. Yankees have a big third. A walk, a triple. RBI ground out Rodriguez. Go ahead home run Robinson Cano. 3-2 New York after 2.5 at Fenway. A beautiful day in Boston. And now the Yankees lead for Andy Pettitte, who's thrown 44 pitches through the first 2 innings. And he misses with ball 1 to Victor Martinez, who got a base hit, scored a run on a 2-out, 2-run double by Lowell in the first. 1-0 pitch is high. Jacoby Ellsbury, who's the leadoff hitter here and who last year led baseball with 70 steals, played only 18 games. Dustin Pedroia, former MVP and the spark plug of this team, along with Youkilis. Pedroia has played only 2 games in the entire second half of the season, underwent an operation where they put a surgical screw in his broken left foot to help the healing. A huge loss. Youkilis went down, and his last game was August 2nd. Victor Martinez, the guy at the plate, was on the DL. And the Red Sox, it's not just player days spent on the disabled list, it's who the players were.
Right.
So it doesn't matter to me that Oakland leads in that category. It's the caliber of players. Beckett, Veritek was on for a while, and he's just a bit player now with the Red Sox, and his career with Boston may be winding down to an end. But the sheer stats and the numbers don't indicate the leadership and the impact that players that they had get hurt have on this team, and that's why they are. I think it's still remarkable that they have a chance to win 90 games in this division, and they've remained competitive. Here's a swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's 5 strikeouts for Andy Pettitte now through 2 1/3.
Pretty strong for Andy Pettitte. The high fastball, it blows right by Victor Martinez. 7 outs recorded, 5 of those strikeouts.
With 1 out, nobody on, here's David Ortiz. Ortiz, then Lowell. Andy Pettitte fouls back, strike 1. Shift on the infield for Ortiz, who, when the season will come to an end, will shift his focus to not just his contract status for next year, and if the Red Sox pick up his option or if they fold it into some kind of an extension, but how the Green Bay Packers do. Huge Packer fan, and a team that many would pick to represent the NFC in the upcoming Super Bowl 45 in Arlington, Texas.
His attention will go from Andy Pettitte and A.J. Burnett and others of the Yankees to Aaron Rodgers.
That's right. Here is out number 2. And it's time for a direct TV game break. The only way to watch every MLB game in HD. Call 1-800-DIRECTV. 2-0 San Diego. Scott Hairston grounds to third. Sandoval's throw to second is off the mark. Miguel Tejada scores from third off Zito. 3-0. Now 4-0 in the top of the 4th inning. Padres at the Giants.
Padres are 11-5 against the Giants this year, and winning this game by 4 runs.
The only way to watch every MLB game in HD. Call 1-800-DIRECTV. 2 out, nobody on. Lowell has a 2-run double to his credit, and takes low ball 2. 2-0. Andy Pettitte's next is low, 3-0.
Mike may be hitting here. 1-run ball game, and Terry Francona may give him a 3-0 cookie as a celebration of his day, Mike Lowell Day.
He's hit 223 career home runs Instead, he is taking, or maybe we'll never know. The pitch is down and in for ball 4. That's a walk with 2 out from Pettitte, second walk of the game.
Joe, talking about that San Diego Giant series, it reminds me of the Houston Astros and Los Angeles Dodgers. In 1980, Houston went into Los Angeles having to win 1 game. They lost 3 in a row and had to play that Monday. And on that Monday, they had to start Joe Niekro, one of their best starters. And that's why, in my view, they lost the best 3 out of 5 to the Philadelphia Phillies. And the Phillies went on to win the World Series that year.
Good block by Posada, ball 1 to Bill Hall.
Do you think all we need is 1 game? Well, that 1 game can be very, very difficult to come by.
And the other point is, if you're fighting through game number 162 and then you turn around and start a playoff series, sometimes you're backward.
That's right.
Everything you did to get there sets you up for failure in the division series.
And your best pitchers may not be ready because you'll have to spend them in that 162nd game.
Man, it's good to be back in the booth with you. Here's a fly ball into center, and it bounces in front of Granderson, first and third, 2 out. A ball off the end of the bat. Bill Hall is on. Granderson couldn't get there, and the inning continues as Daniel Nava will try to tie it or give the Red Sox the lead.
Off the end of the bat, Bill Hall didn't think that that swing would credit him with this, but we talked about how tough it is to see in right field. Granderson's got to be tough to see there, too, because that first step he took was back.
How long has Lowell been playing? He's retires 2 out, and he's tiptoeing around second base like there's 1 out.
That's time to retire. Mike.
You're kidding. Come on.
Of course
you're kidding.
I am.
Take it back.
Of course I am.
First and third, 2 out for Daniel Nava. And a late break back to first by Bill Hall, and he was almost caught by Andy Pettitte. Little stutter step, and the tag by Teixeira almost got Hall on the right hip. Only 8 RBIs over his last 34 games for Nava, and why not try it again? This was Andy Pettitte, and this time Hall reads it better. It'll be dice game at Suzaka against A.J. Burnett, and that game is scheduled to start at 9:05 as they will clear everybody out of here and then start it all over. Here's a strike from Pettitte to Nava.
I know one guy is not sticking around for that game, and that is you. You will be on your way to Philadelphia.
Eagles and Redskins tomorrow late on Fox as part of a NFL Sunday doubleheader, and the return of Donovan McNabb to Philadelphia, taking on the 30-year-old and rejuvenated Michael Vick. Here's a fly ball into right center. This game is tied. In to score is Lowell. Over to third is Bill Hall, and it's 3-3 here in the third as Daniel Nava ties it with a 2-out single.
When Daniel Nava hit his grand slam home run, his first at bat on the first pitch, his parents, Don and Becky, were here all the way from California. They actually flew in from Indianapolis. Well, we had a chance to visit with his dad before the game, and his dad's got to be just as happy right now. RBI the first time he saw him play, and his last at bat.
So Nava's on first and third with 2 out, and it is Yamaiko Navarro with a chance to give the Red Sox the lead again. Strike 1. For Navarro, that was just his 6th big league hit when he singled back in the second. Here's an 0-1 pitch from Pettitte. Down and in, 1 ball, 1 strike. Navarro came up on the 20th of August. He's played shortstop in the minor leagues, second base, getting a chance at third. And a guy who hit .275 with 11 home runs between AA and AAA this year in the minor leagues. Golden chance for him here with runners at the corners, 2 out. And the 1-1. That's foul, strike 2. So much has been written for the Yankees, and the conversation has swirled around their first opponent in the upcoming playoffs. If you're the Yankees, try all you want for home field advantage. Then you're dealing with the Texas Rangers. If you win the wild card, you go to Minnesota. Here's a 1-2 pitch and a strikeout. We'll talk about that when we come back. We go to the 4th inning. Daniel Nava, after a 2-out walk, a base hit by Hall, and that from Nava ties it 3-3 after 3 at Fenway. Quality picture and sound for your flat screen with DirecTV. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Pepsi Max, 0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste. We go into the 4th inning. First up is Posada, and he takes a strike from Tim Wakefield. Posada, Gardner, and Ramiro Pena, bottom 3 in the lineup. In a 3-3 game. Inside, a ball and a strike. So, Tim McCarver, you're the Yankees and you have the choice. Not that anybody has the choice in baseball, but as it works out, you get to pick on the road at Minnesota or at home against the Texas Rangers.
Against Cliff Lee, who beat the Yankees twice in the World Series last year. He's 4-0 in postseason play. I think I'd take home field. The Yankees were strong at Yankee Stadium this year, 52-29 in their own backyard. And I mean, to me, you've got the same pitchers, CC Sabathia, and then probably Andy Pettitte or Phil Hughes or whomever it might be, pitching off their own mounds. And Lee has struggled. It's not like Cliff Lee is a Cliff Lee this year that he was last year in facing the Yankees. But But I think after considering everything, I'd rather open at home.
Cliff Lee, as you mentioned, 2-0 against the Yankees last year in the World Series, and in that Game 1 start, he beat Sabathia, went all 9. 1 run, 6 hits. It was an unearned run, no walks, 10 strikeouts.
Wow.
Through 122 pitches, and then came back with 7+ in his next start. And beat A.J. Burnett by a final of 8-6 in game number 5. So it's a leadoff walk to Jorge Posada. And it's time for a DirecTV game break. The only way to watch every MLB game in HD. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Blue Jays at Twins. Alexi Casilla, 2-run game-winning single. And it turns into a 5-4 Minnesota Twins victory. And they are certainly involved in that race for home field advantage throughout in the American League. The only way to watch every MLB game in HD. Call 1-800-DirecTV. And that's what it looks like with the Yankees a game better. Just 1/2 game out in front in the division and in that race for home field over Tampa Bay. But an opportunity to play 2 here today against a banged up Boston Red Sox club. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Popped up right side. Out to get it is Felipe Lopez in shallow right, 1 out. One on, 1 out for Ramiro Pena. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about really the conversation with regard to home field or starting in Minnesota really has to deal with one thing, and that's Cliff Lee. If you take Cliff Lee out of it, there's no debate.
No, that's true.
Obviously,
that's a very good point.
You want to start at home. I mean, you want to have it throughout as long as you're alive. But the problem is,
home comes with Lee.
Home comes with facing Cliff Lee potentially twice. And Ron Washington said recently that instead of bringing Lee back on short rest, he'd go Lee in 1 and then on full rest in game 5. And that's what you're dealing with. Here is a foul off the back ankle or foot of Pena in the count 0-2.
I can't, I mean, from my standpoint, I think that the 4 teams in the American League are as equally distributed and balanced as at any time since the wild card format has taken place. That was back in 1995, the first year. So here we are in what league? Year 16, and there are pluses and minuses from every team. Now, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to pick a team in the American League to represent the American League in the World Series.
If the playoffs started today, it would be the Yankees having home field advantage. The Rangers starting there. There's what they've done. Those 2 clubs this season tied 4 apiece. Rays and Twins, and Tampa Bay leads that head-to-head this season, led at 5-3. Here's a pitch over but low to Jeter. 1 on, 2 out after the strikeout. 4th of the game for Wakefield as he got Pena. The Yankees have defeated Minnesota and Texas 3 times each in the division series over the past 15 years. But, I mean, you're talking about names like Juan Gonzalez. It's almost irrelevant.
That's right. I agree. By the way, if Tampa Bay and the Yankees end up with the same number of victories, Tampa Bay will be the division champion because they won the season series against the Yankees.
That all turned on that 4-game set with the Yankees winning the first 2. But then Tampa Bay won the last 2. And on the strength of those 2 wins, if they finish tied, Tampa Bay wins the division. They don't play a tiebreaker for that. 2 strikes on Jeter, and now a grounder to third. Navarro makes the play to his left. The inning is over. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Isn't it time to start talking to managers in this game? We're going to talk to one of them coming up, tied at 3. Number 9 man Felipe Lopez leads it off against Andy Pettitte. We just had a chance to visit with Joe Girardi, and we'll play that for you after Lopez does something here to start the 4th for Boston. 3-3 game. Darnell McDonald and Jed Lowry the next 2 hitters, and that's down and in, a ball and a strike. What's that sign say? Please don't mark or write on the wall or on the foul pole, and people aren't following directions here in Boston at Fenway Park. Reaching for it is Lopez. That's strike 2. Felipe Lopez is playing for his 7th different team. He's bounced around. 10 years in the big leagues. 1-2 pitch to third and foul.
On the 25th of September, released by the Cardinals, signed the same day by the Red Sox. It's one of those late September deals, whether releasing a player or signing a player that late is unusual.
The Red Sox said if nothing else, they get a draft pick.
Yeah.
If he walks away as a free agent. Seems like a smart move to me to count up and away 2 balls, 2 strikes.
It does with 8 days left in the season. Sure.
Got a ton of playing time this year for the Cardinals because of the injuries at third base and then the ineffectiveness of Brendan Ryan, their everyday shortstop. 2 hops to Pena. And he forces Teixeira into a stretch. 1 out. Here's Joe Girardi in our conversation first. You like what you see from Andy Pettitte?
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, you look at the runs that he's given up, and it looks like our outfielders have had a tough time picking up the ball right now off the bat. Swish misjudged that fly ball. That ball was hit pretty hard, but some of the hits he's given up, haven't been hit hard. They've just been well placed. So, I'm pretty happy with what I see so far.
There's an award-winning baseball analyst to my right who wonders if Phil Hughes is ever in the consideration for the number 2 spot in your playoff
those
rotation.
are things that we need to talk about. Part of this depends on maybe who we play, and there's a lot of factors that go into this, and we want to see how Andy's throwing and how he feels. And he came off the DL. He's been off the DL for about 3 weeks now with that bad growing, and he feels physically fine. We just need to get him right.
More decisions this year, Joe, than in past years, huh?
I think so. I think we have a few more, and part of that's because of the injury problem to Andy that, we've had some things that we've had to deal with.
We thank you for your time, and good luck in the postseason.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Andy Pettitte is working here in the 4th. He got the leadoff man Lopez, and now with Darnell McDonald, who he struck out twice, the count is even at a ball and a strike. With 1 out, McDonald takes ball 2. Darnell, longtime minor league outfielder, finally got a chance because of the injuries at the big league level with guys like Ellsbury and others going down, and he started this day hitting .271 with 9 home runs. Valuable guy to have on a bench, probably not an everyday player, but Red Sox found out something about not just Darnell McDonald but a lot of guys in their system and gave a taste of the big league life to players like Lars Anderson and Ryan Kalish and Reddick. Here's a 2-1. Ball 3-1.
Yep. Ideally, you don't want to see your young players under those circumstances because of injuries, trying to rush them too quickly.
Here's a fly ball into left center. Hard hit, won't be caught. 1 hop off the glove of Granderson, and that will be a 1-out double for McDonald. Second extra base hit of the day for the Red Sox against Andy Pettitte.
Ball finds a seam in left center field. Pettitte falling behind, and McDonald takes advantage of it and doubles past Granderson. Even had Curtis made that play, doubtful that he gets McDonald at second base.
This is a Yankee team that in their starting rotation, since the 1st of August, they have the highest ERA in Major League Baseball. 5.32. Higher than Kansas City, higher than Washington, higher than Pittsburgh. Part of that has been because Pettitte hasn't been around, who in the first half of the year, and really maybe his best first half ever. That one's under the glove of Pena. Going second to third is McDonald on a base hit by Lowry. And the Red Sox are in a position to reclaim the lead. First and third, 1 out.
This ball actually goes under the glove of Ramiro Pena. McDonald, as you see, had to hold up, make sure the ball went through. And I'm still trying to digest what you just said about the Yankee pitching. The lowest or the highest earned run average in the major leagues the last 2 months.
And a big part of that is not only the guy who pitched this week, Javier Vasquez, and that didn't work as they reacquired him after a good year last year in Atlanta, but obviously A.J. Burnett, and the numbers for Burnett, 5.33 ERA for the season. That is the highest in Yankee franchise history for a pitcher who made at least 30 starts. First and third, one out. The batter is Victor Martinez. Strike one on a good pitch on the inside corner. Lights are on here at Fenway, and they will be on late into the night and maybe the early part of Sunday morning. A check on the runner, Lowry. Andy Pettitte is one piece of the puzzle that can certainly slow down, in fact sometimes stop, the opposition's running game. The Yankees will be dealing with 3 teams in the playoffs in the American League, and all of them run. Here's an 0-1. Good breaking ball has Martinez frozen 0-2. Month of September, 7 homers, 25 RBIs, and over 400 with his average against left-handed pitching this season. Here's the 0-2. And a huge strikeout for Pettitte, 2 away. That is strikeout number 7.
Sometimes it's not the pitch, it's how you got there. Let's see how Pettitte got there. That's a key pitch, the cutter on the inside corner, then the breaking ball. So Martinez down on 3 great pitches from Andy Pettitte.
And now it's up to David Ortiz, who's trying to give the Red Sox the lead. Ortiz has walked and scored and grounded out. Ball 1 from Pettitte, and he wants to know where it missed. Action starts for the Yankees in their bullpen as David Robertson gets loose. .81 pitches so far for Pettitte.
Yeah, we said at the beginning of the game that Joe Girardi was saying 85 to 90 pitches. So he's right on cue if he can get David Ortiz.
Here's a 1-0. 2-0. But in that case, Tim, then he's only through 4 innings.
Yeah.
And you're talking about a team that's going into the playoffs and maybe aiming for a Thursday postseason start for Andy Pettitte. It just shows you that there are no givens or guarantees, and maybe needing 2 starts from Andy Pettitte if the division series goes 5, if he is in that slot behind Sabathia. And if they don't use 4 starters, which seems to be the idea with the struggles of A.J. Burnett, his start is to come later tonight.
I think that shows you also how much pressure is on a manager and a pitching coach in the major leagues when you play that first round 3 out of 5 as opposed to 4 out of 7. 4 out of 7, it's much easier to deal with that horse of a starter that you have, as the Yankees do in Sabathia.
Big swing and a miss by Ortiz, 2-1.
Good breaking ball to Ortiz. His breaking balls in fastball counts, the mark of a good big league pitcher.
2-0 breaking ball. Now it's 2-1. Now it's 2-2.
Good cutter from Pettitte.
A one-out double by McDonald, followed by a hit by Lowry. First and third, one out. Victor Martinez struck out. And now David Ortiz strikes out. And Andy Pettitte will finish this outing potentially, if he is finished after 4, with back-to-back strikeouts and 8 on the day. Keeps it 3-3 as we go to the 5th at Fenway. First pitch is a knuckleball that's high to Curtis Granderson, who popped a triple. His last time up scored a run. The triple scored Derek Jeter. Part of a 3-run third inning. We're tied 3-3, 5th now. We just visited with Terry Francona. And we'll give that to you after Granderson does something, and Wakefield finds the strike zone. It's 2-1. Granderson, Teixeira, and Rodriguez. Anybody gets on Cano. Pettitte a nice job of avoiding damage in the bottom of the 4th. David Robertson has taken a seat in the bullpen, so maybe they will push Andy Pettitte to try and get him through 5. Here's a 3-1. Full count. And now a leadoff walk. That's walk number 3. We talked to Terry Francona, manager of the Red Sox, and I asked him what he's seeing in the dugout. It's Tim Wakefield's knuckleball.
You know what? When it's in the zone, yeah, he's had some moments where it's really good. With the Yankees, you don't want to give him walks or anything like that because, they're gonna swing the bat and they're gonna hurt you. But if he limits the walks, he's gonna be just fine.
People have pointed to this season on your resume as maybe being your best, even though you're coming in with at most 90 victories and won't finish in the playoffs. What do you think about that assessment and about your year?
You know what, Joe? I don't know. I mean, we're not where we want to be in the standings. We're trying hard. I mean, we've had a lot of challenges. We haven't met them all. I've been really happy with the effort we've gotten, and I don't know. I mean, I guess if somebody says that, I appreciate it, but we're not where we want to be in the standings.
How about Mike Lowell? He gets honored before the game, and then in the first inning, put your team on top.
Yeah, that was a really nice thing they did for Mikey before the game. Only in a few places. One's Boston, where things like that have a way of being really special.
Well, we'll be thinking about you in a week when you get your knee surgery. Good luck with that.
All right, Joe. Thanks. I'll be watching tomorrow. Thanks, man.
Thanks. A reference to the Eagles and Redskins tomorrow on Fox. Meanwhile, it'll be the second knee replacement for Terry Francona. And Terry, after we first said hello before we started to tape that interview, said, make sure you say hi to Victor Jose Martinez. Here's a shot into left. That ball is over the head of the left fielder Nava to the wall. In to score is Granderson, and the Yankees regain the lead. It's 4-3 here in the fifth. RBI double by Mark Teixeira after the walk to Curtis Granderson.
So Mark Teixeira with his second hit as a switch hitter, hitting right-handed against the knuckleballer with Granderson on the move. And you're your own coach when you're the base runner and the ball's right in front of you. Granderson takes off, sees the ball in left center field, and scores easily. There you can see the ball right in front of you, so you don't need the coach. Just take off. He did. The Yankees retake the lead.
And now Rodriguez inside for a ball was saying that Francona wanted to say hi to Victor Jose, the son of Victor Martinez, who's catching that knuckleball here today. So he's a good kid and he's always watching these games. So Victor Jose's dad had a base hit and a run scored in the first inning today. There's a strike to Rodriguez, 1 ball, 1 strike. A-Rod has an RBI ground out and a single.
Over the course of the season, I have had a chance to see Victor Jose. He is a fine-looking young man who looks like his dad.
Here's a ground ball to the left of Lowry. 1 out.
And if he acts like his dad, he's going to be a good hitter.
Tomorrow it's a doubleheader on Fox NFL Sunday, beginning with the Panthers taking on a Saints team looking to bounce back after that tough loss. Lions, Packers, 49ers, Falcons, Seahawks, Rams. Then the Redskins and Donovan McNabb travel to Philadelphia, or it's the Cardinals and Chargers. Coverage begins tomorrow at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific with a Ford Fox NFL pregame show brought to you by the all-new Ford Edge. Drive one. Check local listings for the game in your area. Donovan McNabb, who led the Eagles for 11 years, took them to 5 NFC Championship games, 1 Super Bowl. And a loss to the New England Patriots. He's back, taking on Michael Vick. Everybody thought it would be McNabb against his understudy Kevin Kolb. Kolb went down with a concussion in Week 1 against the Green Bay Packers, and Vick has not thrown an interception yet. Threw for 3 last week and ran for a touchdown against the Jaguars. 1 ball, 1 strike, while Washington went on the road and lost in St. Louis. And after a season opening victory at home against Dallas, they lost in overtime to Houston, then at St. Louis, so they need a win in a divisional battle in the NFC East. Here comes a 1-1 pitch from Wakefield. Popped up left side. Long run for Nava. He will not get there. It's a fair ball. It hits Nava's glove, goes into the seats. It's a ground rule double, and in to score is Teixeira to make it 5-3.
One of the quirky things about Fenway Park is that shallow area right there. If you're a shortstop and you're Jed Lowry, you're trying to get out as far as you can. That ball hit in no man's land because Nava had to respect the power of Cano playing deep enough, almost on the track in front of the monster, and can't get to it. And Cano has a double and an RBI.
So a 2 RBI day for Cano to go with a home run he hit in the 3rd. And it's the biggest lead of the day for the Yankees. Inning continues. Runner at second, 1 out for Nick Swisher, who's 1 for 2. And that's foul. Action starts for the Red Sox in their bullpen. So with 290 with his average is Swisher. who struggled last year during the postseason. Dustin Richardson, the lefty, gets loose. Here's an 0-1. Strike two.
Funny thing about baseball, how it's designed at times to reward failure. I mean, a guy like Robinson Cano does not hit the ball well down the left field line, but is rewarded on a little looper down the line. Not only a double, but an RBI.
Gives him 108 RBIs. Here's the 0-2. Swisher strikes out. 2 away. With the 108 RBIs, Robinson Cano, by the way, is approaching the Yankees' all-time record for RBIs by a second baseman, which is held by Joe Gordon with his 111 in 1939. And while we were talking about a potential batting title winner early in the year, and then the conversation shifted to a possible MVP for Cano, and he may not win it this year with the kind of year Hamilton had with the Texas Rangers, but he's at the right age, plays the right position, has the power and the ability to hit for average, where he'll be in that conversation for years to come.
Funny thing about that 1939 season, the year Joe Gordon drove in 111 runs, a tall, thin rookie from San Diego had a glorious season for the Red Sox. His name, Ted Williams. 2 years later, he had 406. Last player to hit 400 in the major leagues.
And a strikeout. This week they celebrated the 50th anniversary of the last hit. Fittingly a home run for Ted Williams here at Fenway Park against Baltimore. 5-3 Yankees halfway through it. Gillette Odor Shield Antiperspirant. Help eliminate odor. Don't just cover it up. Bottom of the fifth inning, and Andy Pettitte is back to work. He does not have a lot of room to struggle at all. That was pitch number 86. And David Robertson is back up and getting loose for the Yankees in their bullpen. So they're going to let Andy Pettitte try and get through 5, but any hint of trouble, that might be all. With the playoffs starting on Wednesday and his start probably being on Thursday in Game 2. Pettitte has struck out 8. The 1-1. Fly ball, hard hit into left. This ball is off the top of the green monster, and that will be a long single. And Lowell's on base for the third time in this game.
The monster here at Fenway giveth and taketh away. That ball's a home run in most ballparks, but not here. That monster 37 feet high, and Lowell hits it 35. And that might be it.
This is the last pitch of the day for Andy Pettitte. 87, and David Robertson's coming in. And Pettitte cannot get through 5. With all the strikeouts, 8. The pitch count went up. And because of that, Andy Pettitte is out, leaving up 5-3 in the bottom of the 5th. For Mike Lowell, as he is lifted for a pinch runner, Lars Anderson takes over here in the 5th inning at first base. And Mike Lowell joked during the course of the week that he did not get the souvenir from the home run he hit at the White Sox on Wednesday, number 223. And he came within what? 5 feet, 6 feet?
Or closer. Yeah.
In what could very well be his final at bat in the big leagues, of hitting a home run as he is lifted for the pinch runner, and he came out and said, "Oh, so close," and then tipped his helmet to the fans here at Fenway. And then, unlike against the White Sox, Dave Magadan has a souvenir for him. So likely the final curtain call.
Opening day here at Fenway this year, the guy who received the loudest ovation was Mike Lowell. And he retires to a loud ovation.
They still love him from what he did in the 2007 World Series when he was the MVP of that 4-game sweep over Colorado. 13-year major league career is coming to a close this weekend. Meanwhile, David Robertson has run the count to 3-0 to Bill Hall. Hall is 1 for 2, with the Yankees now leading by 2. 5-3 in the 5th. And on 4 pitches, a walk. So, Tim, the question now will be, what exactly did the Yankees learn today about the status and the maybe more so the effectiveness of Andy Pettitte, who those 4+ innings allows 9 hits, but he did strike out 8.
I don't think they know anything more about Andy and his condition and his effectiveness now than they did before the game started.
Except with the stiff back, he was able to get the ball down a little more. Maybe.
Yeah, no, not bad. Not bad, but I think it's a 50-50 trade-off situation. I can't see where, if they were leaning towards starting him on Thursday, I don't think today's performance did anything to not do that. I think they ought to go ahead and start him on Thursday. If they weren't leaning toward starting him on Thursday, I think they ought to follow their instincts along those lines. And if they decided to start Phil Hughes, in my view, that would not necessarily be a bad thing. I think he's the second best pitcher on the Yankees. And normally, best 3 out of 5 series, you're going to start your second best pitcher.
You're talking about Hughes.
Hughes, right.
Hughes was good on Sunday night when he got the ball against the Red Sox, pitched effectively and helped the Yankees avoid a sweep in a 4-3 10-inning win.
I told Joe Girardi today, not that I told him, but I thought that was one of the best moves he's made all year, going to Phil Hughes that night. He didn't have to do it. Dustin Mosley was scheduled to start that game, and Joe changed his mind, and you don't see managers do that often. And he did. It was a good move and the right move.
Good fastball from Robertson. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The count on Nava, who's 1 for 2. An RBI single his last time up. Tying runs are on. Nobody out here in the 5th. On 1 and 2. Nava just got a piece, and Posada ended up seated behind home plate. This is the front end of a split doubleheader. Get everybody out, have a new gate. Everybody back in to the ballpark for what's scheduled to be a 9:05 start. A.J. Burnett against Daisuke Matsuzaka. And if there were questions about Andy Pettitte, you can multiply them about A.J. Burnett for New York. Here comes a 1-2 pitch to Nava with 2 on, nobody out. Got him looking, 1 away. You look at the starting pitchers for the New York Yankees, and they are led by the 21-game winner, CC Sabathia, who won 20 for the first time in his career. He's been terrific in 2 seasons in a Yankee uniform. Then Andy Pettitte, who had that great first half, but we are a long way away from the first half. And Phil Hughes, a 17-game winner, but a young right-hander who has not ever made a postseason start. And then there's the wild card in A.J. Burnett. Here's Yamaiko Navarro. Ball 1 from Robertson. Remember, for the Yankees, their spring training had a competition between Jabba Chamberlain and Phil Hughes for that number 5 spot in the rotation. They had picked up Vasquez again, this time from Atlanta. They thought they had 4 starters, hoping to get to the postseason. After all that, they may not. Here's a pitch low, 2-0. Vasquez has been completely ineffective and may not even be on the roster.
Probably not.
And A.J. Burnett, I mean, he's in year 2 of an $82.5 million contract. How do you not have him on the postseason roster? But if he doesn't start, where does he fit? Here's a 2-0. Ball 3. So Robertson, who has had a tendency to get wild this season, has walked 1, struck out 1, and is now 3-0 on Navarro.
That's another interesting question. I mean, if you're not going to start A.J. Burnett, why would you put him on the roster other than he just has maybe an emergency starter? Because a long man in a best 3 out of 5 series, you don't need many long men. Guys who can come in the 3rd inning of a blowout and do mop-up work.
Counts 3-1 from Robertson.
On the other hand, a pitcher who is 10-15 with that highest earned run average for any Yankee ever, how do you start him? It is very, very difficult. The Yankees with a ton of decisions going into the postseason.
Here's a 3-1. Full count. When we talked to Joe Girardi about it before the game, he said, we have seen Burnett as a very streaky pitcher, and it can come in a burst. And I really do believe if tonight he's outstanding against the Red Sox, and that hasn't happened for Burnett in a Yankee uniform in his 2 years here.
Not here.
He's been awful. 0-3 with an ERA of 12.68. But if he shows something tonight, that could change their thinking entirely. So there's a lot on the line tonight at 9. That's strike 3. And Navarro upset with the call. Mike Winters, the veteran umpire, has a parting shot, and that's out number 2.
Michael thought that ball was outside. The ball from Robertson gets on top of you in a hurry. And when you're young like that, you got to watch your temper.
Here's Felipe Lopez. Robertson trying to end the 5th, and he fires a 96-mile-an-hour fastball for strike 1 to Lopez. On 0-1, Lopez takes over, but low, ball 1.
I think the one thing I would look for from A.J. Burnett is whether he gets his breaking ball over with any consistency. That to me is the key for Burnett. But when he falls behind, ball 1, ball 2, and has to throw the fastball in the middle of the plate, wild in the middle of the plate, he's going to get hit hard, as has been proven this year.
And that curveball's working.
Oh, yeah.
He is
deadly.
Yeah, knee buckling type pitcher.
Lethal.
He started the season 4-0 in his first 6 starts with an ERA of 1.99. Ended up 10-15 going into the start tonight. There's ball 3 up and away to Lopez, 3-1. Since the 1st of August, Burnett is 1-7 with an ERA of 6.98. 2 on, 2 out, 3 balls and a strike from Robertson, and that'll load him up. So Robertson's come in, walked 2, struck out 2, and we'll have to deal with Darnell McDonald. Pettitte can't get the win. He did not go 5. Four-plus innings. So far, 3 runs on 9 hits, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. Made some good pitches when he had to in the 4th to Martinez and David Ortiz. McDonald, strike 1. We remind you to catch all the action of the 2010 Major League Baseball postseason on Fox and TBS. The excitement begins on October 6th with the Division Series on TBS. Red Sox have already stranded 7. Looking for a big hit from McDonald. Over but low, ball 1. Yankees in that battle for the division. Started the day a half game up on Tampa Bay. They play tonight in Kansas City. Take on Kyle Davies. 1-1 pitch is strike two. Even with Posada reaching for it, stabbing it, it's 1-2.
Remember, Joe Girardi telling us last year that David Robertson has swing and miss stuff. He also has take the strike stuff too. Guys can't pick him up real well. Ball's on top of you before they're ready. The sign of a pitcher with great extension.
Got him looking, and so Robertson walks two, strikes out three. Let's go to the sixth inning. Yankees up 2. Napa Know-How by Men's Rogaine Foam. Stop losing, start gaining. And by Chevrolet, every model is backed by a 100,000-mile, 5-year powertrain limited warranty.
I think Terry Francona is doing with Tim Wakefield what he did with Mike Lowell, allowing him to come off the field to an ovation.
So Wakefield is gone after 5. 5-3 New York, pitching change at Fenway. season. Mike Lowell with a 2-run double, 394th double of his career. Day when they honor him at Fenway Park. Cano with a home run. 2 RBI day. Andy Pettitte 4+, 9 hits, 8 strikeouts, and Tim Wakefield is gone now after 5. Struck out 6, walked 3. A lot of home run, and it's Rich Hill, who started the season in St. Louis, and a guy who has been a starter while with the Chicago Cubs, the Baltimore Orioles. Now they're trying to turn him into a left-handed specialist, and he is from the area, from Milton, Mass. That pitch is a strike, 1 ball, 1 strike. Gardner, then Pena, then Derek Jeter. A strike, it's 1-2. Gardner has lined out to right and popped up. This is a Yankee team that leads the big leagues in runs scored, and they have now 4 times in the last 5 years. It's one way to get around some question marks on your pitching staff, although things tighten up obviously during the postseason. But during the course of the year, this is a team with their lineup 1 through 9, when they're all healthy, that they will all come at you.
They have 5 regulars with over 90 runs scored this year.
There's strike 3 as Gardner goes down looking one away. Special moment before the game today is Jerry Best and Kevin Ireland, 2 men who have never met until today, right then. And as Jerry describes Kevin, he says, he gave me life. Why? Well, Kevin donated the bone marrow that physicians at Norris Cotton Cancer Center's blood and marrow transplantation program infused into Jerry's blood to help force his leukemia into remission. 2 years after the successful transplantation and 12 years following his diagnosis, Jerry is a happy, active grandfather of 7 who lives in New Hampshire. And as he said, I have some Yankee blood in me, as Kevin is a Yankee fan from Connecticut, but I'm still a Red Sox fan.
Oh, what a warm story.
Here's a fly ball base hit into right off the bat of Ramiro Pena. Good play by Bill Hall to keep it to just a 1-out single.
Good hitting by Pena, good play by Hall. You're right. What makes that story so much warmer, Joe, is that Mike Lowell is a testicular cancer survivor. And here it is, Mike Lowell Day at Fenway. And that story much more poignant than it normally would be.
And Kevin, who is a young father, was persuaded to become a bone marrow donor by his college lacrosse coach. Jerry, who has 2 brothers, said that they were far away from being a match to get the bone marrow, but Kevin was a perfect match.
Life intervenes in a good way sometimes.
1 on, 1 out. The batter is Jeter, who watched Hill check on the runner Pena at first. Pena's stolen 6, been caught once, and teams test Victor Martinez. He has thrown out just 15% of potential base stealers. So if Ramiro Pena can figure out the move of Rich Hill, he'll go. Lars Anderson, by the way, who pinch ran for Lowell, stays in the game and plays first. Jeter takes up and in, just a little, ball 1.
That shot of Ramiro Pena's face, he's self-deprecating. He's a wonderful guy, and he talks about how walking around New York City, people can't believe he's a Yankee. Now look at that face. I mean, his eyes are shadowed, but he's got that young-looking face. He's only, 25 years old. He said people look at him and say, "You're with the what?" No way. He said, yeah, with the Yankees.
1 ball, 1 strike on Jeter. And now the next from Rich Hill, fouled out of play off to the right. Look at Derek Jeter, who's at the plate and where he ranks all time in the postseason. Again, it comes with the disclaimer that there are more rounds, so more opportunities in games to rack up the numbers. But that last one might surprise you. 20 home runs during the postseason. 3rd on the all-time list. Jeter set up at 1-2. Now 2-2. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Yankees trying to win the opener of a split doubleheader. And then an early afternoon start tomorrow, and the regular season will be over. Jeter spoils the pitch. Jeter's done some work with Kevin Long. I feel like Kevin Long's agent up here. Hitting coach for the Yankees. Every time we do a Yankee game, we're talking about who he's fixed. But he has certainly helped Granderson. Swisher's had a big year, and Jeter has had a much better September after struggling the majority of the second half. Since the 12th, 17 games, hitting .333. A lot of attention on Ramiro Pena at first, and there he goes. He can walk there. Pitch into Jeter is inside. And despite all that attention, the jump by Pena, he steals second base. He was over halfway there before Hill brought it home.
He studies, and takes off. No chance. Going in standing up, you don't see that too often.
Full count on Jeter. On deck is Granderson. Jeter in the RBI department has knocked in 66, and when you talk about him coming back, his contract expires at the end of this year. It's a relationship, Jeter and the Yankees, that has certainly been mutually beneficial. Jeter has become one of the product pitchmen in this game. He's carried himself the right way away from the ballpark. Here's a ground ball to third. Good play by Navarro. Long throw is low, and Anderson can't dig it out. Pena will just go to third, and it's 1st and 3rd with 1 out here in the 6th.
Well, it was a fine play to get to the ball, but his throw was low, and that in-between hop for Anderson ended up throwing that ball in foul territory. Had it been a good throw, it would have been out, but it is going to be scored a base hit for Derek Jeter.
So for Jeter, his first hit of the game on base for the 2nd time. And it's an error, first in the big leagues for Navarro.
So the error coming, allowing Pena to go to third base.
Now they're adding an error onto it, so a single
makes sense.
E5, as the error came on the throw that allowed Ramiro Pena to go from 2nd to 3rd. You have to account for that, so there has to be an error. And it's 1st and 3rd, 1 out now, 1 ball, 1 strike on Granderson.
I had to laugh when you talked about Kevin Long. You know, most people are not very familiar with hitting instructors in the major leagues. They rarely see them, only during the game, because the other time they're in the cage, and the cage being perhaps into the bowels of the stadium. Charlie Manuel, the manager of the Phillies, and the Phillies obviously best record in baseball going into today's play. Charlie Manuel used to be the hitting instructor of the Cleveland Indians back in the early 2000s.
Granderson pops it up right in the heart of the diamond. Navarro wants it, takes charge and has it 2 out.
And Charlie told me earlier in the year that when he became the manager of the Cleveland Indians, John Hart, then the general manager of the Indians, told Charlie that he had to come up to the executive offices and introduce himself to everybody because nobody knew who he was. He spent so much time in the cages with the hitters that he rarely surfaced, only in a game.
I think you should further explain these are hitting cages.
Oh, yeah.
They don't put the hitting coach in a cage in the bowels of the stadium.
Yeah. The cages are hitting cages, of course.
I mean, that would be an awful way to make a living. First and third for Teixeira, who takes a ball up and away.
Yeah, I guess you have to. That is a good point. Yeah, point with it, which I'm impressed.
Okay.
But the hitting cages that are beneath the stadium, and these guys spend so much time there that a lot of people don't really know him that well. And Charlie had to go up to the executive offices and introduce himself when he became the manager of the team.
Here's a pitch inside and the count 2-0, and Charlie Manuel is the manager of the team that I think rolls into the postseason with the most complete team.
Strong.
Top to bottom. Rotation,
Strong.
top 3 in their rotation. Lineup, guys are coming back. Rollins finally came back at a grand slam last night.
Yep.
Maybe the closer's an issue. That's been hit or miss during the course of the season. Polanco's left elbow, their third baseman. But other than that, I mean, they to me are the clear-cut favorite, not just in the National League, but I think when you look at the other teams around baseball, American League included.
Yeah, I agree. That's what Roy Oswalt has done to that pitching staff.
Here's a strike in the count, 3-1 on Teixeira. They will go in order. Halladay, Oswalt, and Hamels. 1, 2, 3 in the division series. And here's what they've done during the month of September. Halladay is a 21-game winner for the Phillies in his first year in the National League. There's a swinging strike 2. It's a full count, and Jeter will go at first. And a long inning for Rich Hill. He's got a deliberate pace.
You don't know whether it will happen, but he is the odds-on favorite, Roy Halladay, to win the Cy Young Award. And if he does, he will be the 5th pitcher to win the Cy Young Award in each league.
That is a rocket foul. I think that is, a foregone conclusion that Roy Halladay wins the National League Cy Young.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, Adam Wainwright has 20 wins, but what Halladay's meant to that team, and it's Phillies are a better ball club,
sure,
but they've persevered through all those injuries, losing Utley and Polanco and Ryan Howard. They're in good shape now. There's a swinging strike 3. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Rich Hill. It's a different cage. That's not the batting cage. 5-3 after 5.5. Sox will step to the plate with Jed Lowry, Victor Martinez, and David Ortiz against David Robertson. And New York is hanging on to a 5-3 lead. Lowry's 1 for 3. He's popped 7 home runs. Right in the mix for next year in that shortstop position. They have to figure out how healthy Scudero is. Signed a 2-year deal coming into this season for about $12.5 million. Playing with a severe impingement in his right rotator cuff. Just bothered him the majority of the year, but he is tough, Scudero, and played through it. Boone Logan and Jabba Chamberlain getting loose. This is a Yankee team that's had 2 days off, so that bullpen's got some rest. And Lowry, 2 out of 4, and he's on to start the 6th inning for Boston.
That's a hanging breaking ball right there. David Robertson did not want it up in the strike zone. Got it up. And usually, as we say often, catchers don't catch those.
And now Victor Martinez, who turns around and bats left-handed against the right-hander Robertson. The Yankees, as they are now in their bullpen. Andy Pettitte, by the way, the official total 88 pitches in his 4+ innings. Robertson is a lock for the postseason bullpen. So is Kerry Wood, Jabba Chamberlain, Mariano Rivera, Boone Logan. It seems to matter who the Yankees play in the first round as to whether a second left-hander like Royce Ring would be on the active roster. That is more of a possibility against Minnesota, who's got some left-handed pop, as opposed to the Texas Rangers, who would lean more right-handed. First pitch, Martinez takes inside, ball 1.
3 that I can think of. Joe Mauer, of course, another fine year with the bat. Jim Thome, their designated hitter. Denard Span, fine outfielder for the Twins.
Kubel,
Jason Kubel.
Here's a 1-0. Martinez goes the other way, and that ball is right at Gardner. 1-0. Visit your local Lowe's for details on how to enter to win a Scott's VIP World Series experience. And with that out, Robertson is finished. He goes 1 1/3, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks. He leaves with a man on. Logan's coming in with Ortiz coming up. Lefty on lefty when we come back.
Green, and the people played their crazy game with a joy I'd never seen. Yes, there used to be a ballpark right here.
Ortiz stepping in. Another lefty, Lars Anderson, on deck. And so here are the numbers for Logan, who's had a good year. Yankees gave up Phil Koch, as we mentioned, in the package to get Granderson. And really, Logan has been, for the most part, a one-man gang from the left side in the bullpen this year for New York. Amaso Marte's been hurt. Now Royce Ring has joined him out there. Here is Ortiz, ball one. See the good velocity, 95 from the left-hander. On 1-0. That misses the outside corner, 96. From Logan, 2-0. Think about the bullpen. We talked about it for the Yankees. Tampa Bay is anchored by Rafael Soriano at the back end of their bullpen. Texas has Neftali Feliz, hard-throwing right-hander, upper 90s, will touch 100. Here's a ground ball to second. Out at second. Got them both. Nicely turned by Cano with Ramiro Pena in the middle. Score it 4-5-3. Pena turned it into the seventh, 5-3 New York. Ball presented by Gillette. Last third of this game at Fenway Park, and the third pitch of the day for Boston as Kevin Euclid has commandeered our camera.
With green gum?
Last game, August 2nd. He's just looking for stuff to do. Here's a fastball from Bowden for a strike. Michael Bowden deals with Alex Rodriguez, who has an RBI, has a base hit. There are the numbers for Bowden. ERA over 5. That leg kick, and he slings it home, down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rodriguez, Cano, and Swisher for the Yankees, who lead by 2.
Slinging it home is exactly what Bowden does. That unusual delivery, the way he curls that hand around the head.
Drops that one in for strike 2. The Yankees win here, they will be a game up on Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay plays at Kansas City. They were shut out last night by Bruce Chen. There's strike 3 on the outside corner. 1 away in the 7th.
Fenway crowd jeering A-Rod. Talked about it earlier. That was a nasty pitch from Bowden, and there's that unusual delivery we were talking about. Anything that unusual has got to affect a hitter, particularly the first few times you face him.
Well, there's just hardly any leg drive. It's all arm.
Yeah.
As Cano stands in, he has an RBI double, a home run. And I would, if you're a betting man, you would say that Robinson Cano would be in the lineup in game 2 tonight. Here's a shot into left center field. Can he hit? One hop off the scoreboard at the bottom of the green monster in left center. And that's the 3rd extra base hit for Cano in this game. Plays every day, doesn't come out, plays through injury, and he can rake.
Fastball away, hits it away. Once again, from Robinson Cano, there's very little extra movement with Cano in his swing. Picks his foot up, gets to the ball. Nothing fancy, nothing long. And speaking of Kevin Long doesn't work with Robinson Cano a lot.
He just pats him on the back and says, go get him. Here is Swisher. 93-mile-an-hour fastball, strike 1. When we talked to Terry Francona before the game, obviously he's not involved in it. We said, well, who do you like? Who do you like in the American League? Who's the best team in the AL? I said, I don't know. And I really believe he would have said if he could pick one. And the reason he said so, as ball 1 skips in there, is the Yankees are so dangerous in a short series because you're going to see a lot of CC Sabathia, as we saw last year in the postseason. What makes Minnesota so good during the course of a 162 game schedule doesn't necessarily show itself in a best of 5 series. They're just consistently well made, well balanced, but maybe not as dynamic at the front end of their rotation. When you talk about a guy like Sabathia compared to Liriano, Texas has got Cliff Lee and a lineup that can pound, but who knows how healthy Josh Hamilton is. He played last night for the first time since early September.
Took an 0 for 3, but the fact that he's back in there has got to be a psychological plus for the Rangers.
And then there's Tampa Bay. They're not hitting at all, but the pitching, especially their rotation and Price, the same thing could be said about them that you would say with Sabathia at the top of the rotation for New York.
That's true. Of course, Tampa Bay does things on the other side of the ball a little better than the other teams. They converge. They're faster defensively. They're faster on the bases. Get Longoria back in there. He's missed 7 games. We talked about it earlier. But you got to believe that on Wednesday he will be playing.
Swisher grounds one up the middle. Lopez a diving stop, and he gets the out. What a play. 2 gone. That took a run off the board as Lopez fights back a smile, showing a lot of range to his right.
That is his second good play to his right. In fact, Derek Jeter, the first batter up, saw that. But this is a beauty right here. Oh, a fine play by Lopez.
His elbow acted up earlier in the year in St. Louis after a relief pitching experience against the New York Mets.
In that 20-inning game, yeah.
He had to throw that one flat-footed and got a lot on it to get Swisher for the second out. Now the batter's Posada. Jorge Posada is 0 for 2 with a walk. Takes a strike. It's a 2-run game here in Boston. The Red Sox in the bottom of the 7th will have Anderson, Bill Hall, and Daniel Nava. To the shortstop. Lowry stays down on it. Gets the out. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Time to stretch at Fenway Park. An update on the Braves game as they take on the Phillies when we come back. 5-3 New York. Droid X, the next generation of does. By Lowe's. Lowe's, let's build something together. By One A Day Men's, the official multivitamin of MLB, specially formulated for men. Well, some interesting developments on the National League side. While we know the participants on the AL side, we don't know the seeding. The National League side is anything but determined. There's uncertainty with regard to the winner of the NL West and the National League wild card spot. Cincinnati won the Central, and Philadelphia has home field advantage as winners of the East. Here's Lars Anderson. Logan fires a strike to start the bottom of the 7th. Lars pinch ran for Mike Lowell after Lowell, on a day in which he was honored, had a single, a double, a walk, a run scored, 2 RBIs, and almost ended his 13-year career with a home run that he hit high off the wall and left in his last at bat for a single in the 5th. Anderson watches that hit the outside corner. Didn't like the call. 1-2. 16th game for Anderson since being brought to the big leagues on the 6th of September. With 274, 15 home runs. Drove home 69 between AA and AAA. One of many prospects that this Boston club has featured here in September, with Kalish and Reddick and some guys out of the bullpen. 2-2. Anderson waits and now takes ball 3. More action for the Yankees in their bullpen. Jabba Chamberlain. Was up last inning. He's up again with Bill Hall on deck. And Nava. That's ball 4, a leadoff walk. Time now for a DirecTV game break. Instead, time now for a pitching change. And when we come back, the game break. Leadoff walk, tying run coming up. Chamberlain coming in. Bill Hall coming up. 5-3 New York in the 7th. They honored Mike Lowell before the game. Hit a 2-out, 2-run double in the first inning. Third inning. Yankees went to work and took a 3-2 lead on a home run by Cano. Nava tied this game at 3. And then in the 5th inning, 2 runs for the Yankees. Teixeira with a double. Cano again. A little flare down the left field line, knocked into the seats by Nava down the left side. Smile for Cano, who has 3 extra base hits, and it's a 5-3 lead. There's a day for Lowell. Cano, Andy Pettitte, 4+, 9 hits, struck out 8, made some good pitches. 3 earned runs. He cannot get the win, with the thinking being that Pettitte will start Game 2 of the division series on Thursday. But where will that take place? We don't know. There's Jabba Chamberlain, who's been better in the second half, but has rarely flashed the dominance and brilliance that he exhibited when he first came up. And a line drive into right center field greets him. Over to cut it off is Swisher. First and third, nobody out. Base hit, Bill Hall. Hall on base for the 3rd straight time.
So the first pitch fastball, too much of the plate. We talked about it earlier, how pitchers can be wild in the strike zone. Good hitting by Bill Hall. And a no-out threat by the Red Sox here in the 7th.
When Jabba Chamberlain came up in 2007, he got into 19 games and he was virtually unhittable. 24 innings, 12 hits, 1 earned run. His first taste in the big leagues. Then in 08, he made 12 starts. Last year, 31 starts in 32 appearances. So they tried to force him back into the rotation. And they took what was the league's best late inning setup guy and turned him into a mediocre or average starting pitcher who was hit or miss and did not give a lot of innings. Now this year back to the bullpen after losing that spring training battle for the 5th spot with Phil Hughes. And while at times he's looked pretty darn good, the consistency and the dominance is no longer there. First and third, nobody out. Nava takes high, ball 1.
And you don't know for sure that had he been left in that setup role that he would have dominated like he did in the early going. But we talked about it last year during the playoffs. I just think the Yankees, they don't mishandle many players, but in my view they mishandled Jabba Chamberlain.
Here's a 1-0. That is fouled on the left side. Strike 1. Well, for whatever reason, the velocity isn't what it was. And I know you can fall in love with radar guns and you can make too much out of that. But when a guy was throwing in the upper 90s and
intimidated like he did.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's not what it was.
When he was throwing like that, he was so intimidating that 3 times that first year he knocked Kevin Youkilis down. In fact, he hit him one of those times, and that's why he was greeted with the boos from the folks here at Fenway.
There's Youkilis, who isn't scared of anything.
No.
In fact, Youkilis has already volunteered that if Beltre leaves as a free agent, he'll go back over to third base next year. Doesn't seem to bother him where he plays defensively. His offense never seems to take a hit. And he ended this game with 102 games played, 307 average, 19 homers, 62 RBIs. And he and Pedroia are 2 players any team would love to have. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 on, nobody out. And a late swing. There's good velocity from Chamberlain, 96. And it's 1-2.
Give you an idea of how intense Kevin Youkilis is. I mean, how many guys who are out for the season in a game where you're not going to the postseason who is into it as he appears to be into it.
Here's a 1-2 that skips in, gets away, a run scores, and the tying run down to second base with nobody out. So the leadoff walk issued by Logan to Lars Anderson. And that man Anderson scores on this.
Posada blocked it with the one hand, but what catchers are taught is to put that right hand behind the glove, keep the trap door closed. Ball caroms off the harder part of the mitt of Posada. The Red Sox score another run.
2-2 pitch, strike 3 call. 96 from the right-hander Chamberlain, 1 away.
It looked like Dan Nava was looking for something else there, but he takes the tailing fastball over the outside corner.
So a big out for Chamberlain. The runner does not advance. Batter is Yamaiko Navarro, who's 1 for 3. Played at Double-A, played at Triple-A. Got the call up, and here he is starting against the Yankees. First pitch, strike 1. The 0-1. Breaking balls popped up on the infield for Jeter. 2 out. Time now for a DirecTV game break. The only way to watch every MLB game in HD. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Bottom of the ninth, San Francisco, Heath Bell. It's Jose Guillen to ground to Tejada, who's been a nice pickup. And a huge win, 4-2 San Diego. Bell gets the final outs. And now San Diego, Tim, is only 1 game out in the West. They're a half game out in the wild card, but Atlanta's losing at home to Philadelphia again.
2-0. The Phillies on top. That game in the bottom of the 7th inning. So things are squeegeeing up in the National League West and the wild card race.
The only way to watch every MLB game in HD. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Chase Utley put the Phillies on top in that game. Then Ibanez added to it. Good fastball for a strike to Navarro, or rather Felipe Lopez. And Lopez trying to reach base for the 3rd time today. He singled, walked, and grounded out. So 2-0, and if the Braves fail to rally, they'll be tied in the wild card going into the final day, as in the final season career of Bobby Cox as manager of the Atlanta Braves are trying to get him to the postseason for the 16th time. They are coughing it up here in the final weekend of the year. And Philly just keeps the pedal down, and they keep on playing hard. Strike 2. Good pitch.
What the Phillies are doing is making it as difficult as possible for 2 of the other 3 teams in case the Phillies face them in the first round. The Phillies would love to see a playoff game on Monday.
Runner at second, 2 out. That's strike 3. 98. Best pitch of the inning from Jabba Chamberlain, who threw a wild pitch. Allowed the inherited runner to score. It's now a 1-run game. 5-4 into the 8th. Worked a scoreless 7th, allowed a double by Cano. He will work to Gardner, Pena, and Derek Jeter, with the Yankees now leading by 1. Gardner 0 for 3. 91-mile-an-hour fastball misses. Ball one. Now Philadelphia has extended their lead at Atlanta. It's now 5-0. We'll show you how it went to 2-0, which may be all Philadelphia needs here in a moment. Counts 2-0 on Gardner. Brett is lined to right, popped up, struck out. Bowden, third pitcher of the night for Boston, behind Wakefield and Rich Hill. That floats over the outside part. 90-mile-an-hour pitch, 2-1. Kerry Wood is getting loose for the Yankees in their pen.
One of the most important additions to that Yankee bullpen, Kerry Wood. He has been almost unhittable. Great pickup by Brian Cashman.
3-1 now from Bowden.
I didn't even think Kerry Wood was available. You know, he was on the disabled list for some of the year with the Indians. Boy, he is a completely different pitcher with the Yankees.
That's not close, and a leadoff walk starts the 8th. Now time for a DirecTV game break. The only way to watch every MLB game in HD. 1-800-DirecTV. Call it. Utley past a drawn-in infield puts the Phillies on top 1-0. A scoreless game in the 7th, and then Ibanez brings home Wilson Valdez. 2-0 Philly now. 5-0 Philadelphia in the top of the 8th inning, and Bobby Cox is watching it slip away. Only way to watch every MLB game in HD. 1-800-DirecTV. Check on the runner, and Gardner gets back, and this is a spot where Gardner will try and run. The Yankees show you the importance of this game, not only starting Andy Pettitte, but the way they've used their bullpen, the lineup that Joe Girardi is using here, and then we'll see what they go with in game 2 behind Burnett. But Girardi, in what is now a 1-run game, has used his big guns out of the bullpen, which may include Rivera before the end of it. Pena takes a ball high, and expect Gardner to take off.
That was Joe Girardi's point to us before the game about how critical that rainout was last night. Alex Rodriguez was a case in point. He wanted to play him Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But now playing him twice with the doubleheader and then bringing him back tomorrow afternoon, very difficult. The same might be said for Jeter.
But I think for the most part during the course of the season, and I know writers have gone to work on this, Joe Girardi, if he's aired on the side of caution and rest. He's got an older roster, no doubt.
Especially on the left side of the infield.
And he's trying to pick his spots. Try to get them off days during the course of the year. And yet with all that and all the hand wringing and A-Rod on the DL and whatever, struggles during parts of the year by Jeter swinging the bat, the Yankees are in a position to have the best record in the American League and have home field advantage as long as they're alive on the AL side, because the National League won the All-Star game this year. They have home field advantage in the World Series. Here is a 1-0 pitch. There goes Gardner. Pitches high. Throw by Martinez. Not in time. And the stolen base for Gardner is number 43. He came in 4th best in the AL with his 42.
43 and 52 attempts. This is a perfect throw by Victor Martinez. You can't do any better than this right there. And Gardner sliding in ahead of the throw. Too big a jump.
Now Pena to try and bunt the runner over with a count 2-0, bunts it foul.
Probably got him on the back of the leg, but it looked like the hand was in before the tag was made.
I think he was out.
Yeah. Okay.
Called safe, and now a 2-1 pitch. Pena spins away from ball 3. Three balls and a strike, and after Pena, you go back to the top of the lineup and Derek Jeter. Pena back to swinging, pops it foul out of play. News during the week that two major players, one on each side of the fence, and the relationship between the Major League Baseball Players Association and the ownership side are stepping down. Gene Orza, retiring before the 2011 season, started in 1984 with the Players Association. 27 years, Associate General Counsel. That's how he started. Became COO in 2004. And Bob Dupay, number 2 executive in charge of the game, is stepping down as Pena flies it into left center. Gardner will tag. Will he test McDonald? No. 1 out. And Pena does not advance the runner. Bob Dupay will resign at the end of October. Chief Operating Officer since 2002 and joined MLB in '98. So 13 years of service, and both have been very good friends to us at Fox Sports.
Both very, very good men.
With a runner at second, 1 out, here's Jeter. There's the day for Jeter. Walked and scored in the 3rd, a base hit in the 6th inning on a ball that didn't leave the infield. Understand the Tampa Bay Kansas City game has started. That's in the dirt, ball 1. Kyle Davies is on the mound for Kansas City. And the Rays have lost 2 straight at the Royals to put the Yankees in a position where they can win the division. In first place today, alone for the first time in 8 days. Here's a 1-0. There goes Gardner. Got a good jump, no chance, and a stolen base of 3rd. He has 2 in the inning.
Timing, timing, timing. Gone. No play by Martinez, and now that'll bring the infield in for the Red Sox.
So Gardner does what Pena couldn't do, and that is get himself to third base with less than 2 out. Makes the RBI chance easier for Jeter, who's driven in 66. Counts 2-0. And now 2-1.
What a third base coach, a good third base coach, and Robbie Thompson is exactly that. What he'll tell the runner is make the ball go through, unless you're going in on contact. Make the ball go through, but use your own judgment on a tapper hit down the right field, down the third base line or the first base line.
And with the speed of Gardner, I would say most of the time his judgment is go.
That's right.
Strike 2.
That's really a misunderstood thing, Joe, that running on contact. But it's one of the more important base running plays that a runner, you only use it when you're on at third base. But what you want to do is land on your right foot when the ball's in the hitting zone, so you can use that right foot to promote yourself going forward or break yourself and go back to third.
Here is a 2-2 pitch to Jeter. It was 2-0, and Jeter spoils it.
But you're just watching Gardner. It's a thing of beauty. It's a part of the game that is not understood by some of the players. I think they're lax on that. the guys who have mediocre speed, and they say, well, leave that to the fast guys. It's an important play for everybody, regardless of your speed at third base. But a guy like Gardner can take advantage of it much better because he's one of the faster runners in the American League.
Now Bowden steps off. This is a Yankee team that coming into this game had lost 6 of their last 8, 15 of their last 23, and were 3 games under in September. Yet on top in the AL East, and another foul, same spot.
This is what we mean when you land on that right foot, when the ball's in the hitting area. Watch Gardner. Serves as the break to go back on a line drive or a ground ball and fires you forward if you're going home.
Here's the 2-2 again. Jeter strikes out, and a big out for Bowden. Stayed away from Jeter that entire at bat and gets strikeout number 2.
Second strikeout for Bowden.
Pitching change coming now as Terry Francona goes to the mound. Granderson is coming up. A big out for the Red Sox as Jeter strikes out with Gardner at third, now 2 out. Supporting the 2010 Roberto Clemente Award. Cast your vote for one of this year's nominees at Chevy.com/Clemente. Curtis Granderson, the nominee from the Yankees. Tim Wakefield from the Red Sox. You could win a trip to the World Series to see the on-field announcement of the national winner. 2 out, runner at third, and Dustin Richardson comes in to pitch. Granderson, who has been much better against left-handed pitching since his side work the second week of August, trying to come up with a big hit for the Yankees and restore their 2-run lead. It's 5-4 here in the 8th. Runner at third, 2 out. Here's a 1-0. A strike on the outside corner.
Idea about bunting then. Curtis saw Navarro, the third baseman, back, and not a bad play.
Got speed at the plate, speed at third, 2 out, 1-1 pitch. 2. Switch hitter Teixeira on deck. Boston will have the top of their lineup in the bottom of this 8th inning. Kerry Wood is still standing in the Yankee bullpen. Here's a 2-1 pitch from Richardson. Inside, 3-1. Bowden went an inning and 2/3. So far, no runs, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, 1 walk. Big strikeout of Jeter as he made his exit. And the 3-1 to Granderson on its way. A walk to the lefty. And that will bring in Teixeira and cause the stomach of Terry Francona to churn. 1st and 3rd, 2 out. So you've got a late season audition for a guy like Dustin Richardson. He comes in out of the bullpen to face the left-hander Granderson, and he walks him to bring in Mark Teixeira, who in this game has an RBI double, a run scored, and a single. The hits were against Wakefield. Struck out in the 6th inning against Rich Hill. That's high for ball 1. Coelho, a right-hander, getting loose for Boston in their pen, as a 1-0 pitch is on its way from Richardson. There's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. This is in the category of a game where if you're the Yankees, it's, well, we've gone this far. We've gone through Pettitte. We've used Robertson, Logan, Chamberlain, got Kerry Wood up. This is one the Yankees are hoping to win before the 2nd game of this split doubleheader tonight. Burnett against Matsuzaka. Tampa Bay with an early 2-0 lead at Kansas City. Here's the 2-1. Ball 3 with Alex Rodriguez on deck. San Diego beat San Francisco. 5-0 Philly leads at Atlanta in the 9th. Here the Yankees lead by 1. Teixeira hits it back and out of play for strike 2. Wind more like a breeze blowing in from center. Wasn't night at Fenway Park, and Teixeira trying to add to the New York lead. Granderson will go at first. Instead, he's chased back to the bag as Richardson gives him a look. Runner goes and a pop-up back and out of play off the bat of Teixeira. They waited 3 hours 25 minutes to play last night's game before they finally postponed it. made it part of a split doubleheader today. Since 2004, these two teams play an average of 3 hours and 22 minutes in a ball game. That is the longest such average for any matchup across baseball.
Yeah, both teams' hitters run a lot of deep counts. A lot of 3-2 counts, as there is here.
And they almost caught Granderson leaving too soon.
When the count is 3-2, you cannot get picked off second base or first base trying to go for second. Got to make sure the pitcher pitches. That's what the first base coach will tell you often.
The 3-2 is up and away, and that loads him up. So Richardson has come out of the bullpen and walked to load the bases, and Rodriguez will stand in the on-deck circle as Terry Francona will make a pitching change. 2 batters faced. 2 batters walked by Dustin Richardson. A-Rod coming up with the bases loaded when we come back. Fold tomorrow in the late window in a Fox NFL Sunday doubleheader. Donovan McNabb wore number 5 for the Eagles for 11 years. Now he wears number 5 for divisional rival Washington. Takes on Michael Vick at the back end of a doubleheader right here in high definition. It starts tomorrow at 12 Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific with Fox NFL Sunday. Robert Coelho, the right-hander, takes over. Alex Rodriguez is digging his way in. And Rodriguez has the bases loaded out in front of him. The 35-year-old Alex Rodriguez, strike 1. Last year in the postseason, a different story than in years past in a Yankee uniform. Hit .365 with 6 home runs, 18 RBIs in 15 games during the postseason. Pops it up, shallow right. Easy for Bill Hall. Comes on to get it. Yankees leave the bases loaded at stranded 11. Bottom of the 8th inning rolls in at Fenway. Missed chance there for New York as they lead it by 1. antiperspirant. Help eliminate odor. Don't just cover it up. Sponsored by Wheaties Fuel. Prepare to win. And by Mobil 1, the world's leading synthetic motor oil brand. Kerry Wood takes over. As we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, and the top of the order is coming up for the Red Sox, down 5-4. And there are the numbers this season for Kerry Wood, but that's all in since he's come to the Yankees. 1 run, 25 innings pitched.
Has not allowed a run in his last 21 appearances.
And Joe Girardi, his manager, who used to catch him in Chicago, Dave Island, Mike Harkey, they've figured something out. Of course, Wood was bothered by a bad back when he was with the Indians to start the year. Fastball for a strike. Crowd gets into it as Darnell McDonald, who struck out 3 times and doubled, tries to get on to start the frame and takes ball 1.
That pitch, that last pitch, that cut fastball, is the pitch that Kerry Wood is throwing very efficiently. And Mariano Rivera, the master of that pitch, is having trouble with. Right there, the cut fastball.
Strike 2 on McDonald.
It's interesting that the best in the business is having trouble. And yet Kerry Wood, perhaps because he's been associated with Mariano Rivera.
Here is strike 3 called as that drops in, and McDonald strikes out for the 4th time in this game. DirecTV game break. Here it is in Kansas City. Rays and Royals, top of the first. 2 on, 2 out. Matt Joyce triples off Kyle Davies, scoring B.J. Upton and Carl Crawford. 2-0 Tampa. Remember, the only way to watch every MLB game in HD, call 1-800-DIRECTV. So you like that strikeout pitch to McDonald?
There's nobody going to hit that pitch. Nobody. Talk about a knee buckler. That's exactly what it did to Darnell McDonald.
First pitch, a ball to Jed Lowry, who's 2 for 4. Ball 2.
Watch the knees of Darnell McDonald. Oh. Not many pitches can make a hitter do that.
Now the 2-0 to Lowry's popped up. Foul back and out of play. Kerry Wood got a big deal to go to the Cleveland Indians to be their closer. And as you said, at the deadline, it was part of a flurry of activity for the Yankees when they added Lance Berkman. They added Austin Kearns. They got Kerry Wood. Wood hadn't been all that sharp with Cleveland. Nobody paid much attention, but Wood has regained his old form and has electric stuff as he misses down and away with ball 3.
I'll tell you, one of the scouts, or a number of the scouts, as Mariano Rivera gets ready, they deserve a lot of credit.
There's a 1-out walk.
Because somebody knew something that other organizations didn't for the Yankees.
And he, Kerry Wood, has taken over that spot now, making sure that Mariano Rivera gets the ball with the lead in the late innings. Now a pinch runner comes into the game.
Is that Dave Roberts?
That is not Dave Roberts.
Oh, sorry.
That's Eric Patterson, who comes off the bench to run for Jed Lowry. Batter is Victor Martinez, and he is more than capable of changing the scoreboard and putting Boston on top. He is at 20 home runs driven in 79 runs on the year. There goes the runner. No chance for Posada, and the tying run is a base hit away. Patterson, no chance to get Eric Patterson, even had the exchange been handled perfectly.
Yeah, you can certainly understand the hurried exchange by Posada, but Eric Patterson with such a jump. And Martinez making sure he takes the pitch.
One ball, no strikes on Victor Martinez. Tying run at second, one out. Ball two. On deck is David Ortiz, who is hitless on the day and who has 102 RBIs on the year. That's ball three, 3-0.
Kerry Wood began the season on the disabled list for the Cleveland Indians, and then he developed a blister on his index finger in the middle of July. Came off the disabled list July 31st, and he was sucked up by the Yankees. Boy, has he ever paid dividends.
But he's walked one hitter, Lowry. Allowed the stolen base to Patterson, and now 3-0 on Victor Martinez. It's 3-1. Daniel Bard and the closer Jonathan Papelbon get loose. Been a rough year for Papelbon here in 2010. Here is a 3-1 pitch to Victor Martinez. That'll put two on with one out. Back-to-back walks after a strikeout of McDonald. And a pinch runner will take over at first for Martinez. So Victor Martinez is lifted. Eric Patterson is the runner at second. And Reddick will run at first. So Josh Reddick at first. And David Ortiz, who has driven in over 100 runs for the first time since the Red Sox World Championship year in 2007, sixth time overall. Stands in, should be a good battle. 2 on, 1 out, ball 1. Ortiz has walked and scored, grounded out, struck out, then bounced into a double play. Ball 2, 2-0. Out of the second inning now, 2-0. Tampa Bay, Kansas City, and Dave Allen, the pitching coach, will come out and talk with Kerry Wood.
Walking a couple of batters. I think what Dave Allen's saying is don't be too fine too early in the count. But with David Ortiz right now, the count's 2 balls and no strikes. So this is a key pitch coming up. This is how guys like David Ortiz make their money. Victor Martinez, those 2-0, 3-1 fastballs on the inside part of the plate.
That's ball 3, and none have been close. 3-0. Ortiz is 3 RBIs shy of catching Edgar Martinez for the most runs driven in as a DH. Taking, it's 3-1. And now he will unload if he sees something he likes. Great speed on with Patterson and Reddick. The 3-1 pitch. Ortiz fouls it back, full count.
Five straight fastballs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. That last one hittable. I think a time right now that you send the runners. If you don't and Ortiz hits it hard at an infielder, you've got a double play.
Him up. So for all the talk about the effective Kerry Wood, he struck out Darnell McDonald. He's walked Lowry, Martinez, and Ortiz. And now Lars Anderson, the rookie, will step to the plate. With the Yankees barely hanging on to a 1-run 8th inning lead.
There's a saying in baseball, you never judge a player in spring training or September, meaning early October. Lars Anderson hopes to change the minds of some of the Red Sox who make those decisions right here.
What an opportunity for Anderson, who takes ball 1. Twice as many out of the strike zone as in it. There's a strike, 1-1. As Jonathan Albaladejo, a right-hander, gets loose for the Yankees in their pen. Almost hit the back foot. Ball 2. The 2-1. 96. Might have ticked the bat of Lars Anderson, caught by Posada. 2-2.
In a good spot also. That pitch above the belt. That's the thing about Kerry Wood. He can walk the bases loaded and then strike out a couple of guys.
The 2-2. In the dirt, gets away. Here comes Patterson. Safe. Tie game. Here comes Reddick. Throw home. Out for the second out of the inning.
What a great play by Pena. Not only Pena, but Kerry Wood on the in-between hop. How many times do you see that happen? The catcher overthrow the pitcher, the third baseman throwing the ball back to the pitcher to get the trail runner. Breaking ball in the dirt, eludes Posada. He throws it by Kerry Wood on the second try. And now Wood stays at home. And the throw by Pena, the in-between hop, right here to get the runner who was on at second base. So Reddick is out at home. Reddick just kept going. Just a great play by Pena, and Wood, once he makes the play, just rams the glove and ball right in the chest of Reddick. Man.
Now a 3-2 pitch, and the strikeout ends the inning. So a wild pitch scores the tying run. Patterson to make it 5-5 as we go to the ninth inning. Girardi scratching his head as we play on here at Fenway. The Boston Red Sox as we go to the ninth inning, tied at 5. Since 2004, these two teams play. They average 3 hours 22 minutes. It's the longest between two teams in baseball today. 3:38, only starting the ninth. And the MLB average 2 hours 49 minutes. That said, Daniel Bard takes over. Robinson Cano first up. And Bard, who can register in the upper 90s, misses with a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, ball one. Everywhere you look, there's a change defensively for the most part for the Red Sox. Strike one on Cano. Navas still in left. Patterson is in center. Darnell McDonald goes to right. Bill Hall goes from right to second. Felipe Lopez goes from second to third. Navarro goes from third to short. And Cash is catching Daniel Bard. We're in the Grapefruit League.
Yeah. And how about that bottom of the 8th inning? Bookend strikeouts. There were 5 batters that came to the plate. Strikeout, 3 walks, strikeout. 1 run scored on the wild pitch. And then the good play by Pena and Wood to get Reddick. But nobody put the ball in play.
Here comes a 1-2 pitch to Cano. That's where Cash wanted it. That's where Bard delivered it. And that's where Cano missed it. 1 out.
Catchers in this day and age put the target up in the strike zone. I've never really been a fan of that, but you see a lot of guys doing that. It's almost like the hitter can sense it. But Robinson Cano certainly not able to catch up with that fastball. Not many can if Bard puts it in the right spot.
Here is Swisher. Nick Swisher's popped 28 home runs. He's 1 for 4 in this game. Bard fires strike one. He's taking over for Robert Coelho, who went a third of an inning all zeros. Bard is the 6th pitcher for the Red Sox today. Here's an 0-1. 0-2. Now the 0-2 from Daniel Bard to Nick Swisher is way outside. After Swisher, it's Posada. The Red Sox in their half of this 9th inning will have Hall, Nava, and Yamaiko Navarro. Here's a 1-2. 2-2. Sizzled in there at 98 miles per hour.
Looking a lot faster after 3 straight breaking balls.
Now outside, so from 0-2 to 3-2. So now it's a final. Philadelphia shuts out Atlanta. San Diego won, so San Diego and Atlanta are tied for the top spot in the National League wildcard race. San Diego, going into a game tomorrow at San Francisco, is a game out in the West behind the Giants. Hall to his left, scooped out by Anderson, 2 out. Tampa Bay has added to their lead at Kansas City, up 3-0 on a home run by Carl Crawford. Here is Posada. Jorge is hitless. He's hit 18 home runs on the year. 0 for 3 with a walk. Strike one. 99 from Bard.
We just checked with our guys in the truck who do such a great job, and they tell us that Evan Longoria is not in the lineup once again for Tampa Bay. I guess Joe Madden is thinking, why take any chances on what could be a very, very serious injury, that left quad strain.
Dan Johnson playing third base. Brad Hopp is the DH in that game for Tampa Bay. And now Phil Hughes gets loose in the bullpen. Here's an 0-2. How about that inning from Bard? A strikeout, a ground out, a strikeout. Sends us tied into the bottom of the 9th at Fenway Park. Phil Hughes coming out of the pen. get a chance to warm up for very long out of the bullpen is into the game in the bottom of the ninth inning. 5-5 the score. Hughes, who was so good out of the bullpen last year, down the stretch and at times during the postseason for the Yankees, figures to be one of their starters in the division series, has never made a postseason start. 17-game winner during the regular season as a starter. Made one relief appearance. Here's number 2. And he deals with Bill Hall to lead off the bottom of the ninth. Strike one.
And Joe, we don't know, but maybe Dave Allen, the pitching coach for the Yankees, and Joe Girardi were discussing it and thinking about, well, if we're going to pitch Hughes tomorrow, why not move him back a day, pitch him an inning tonight, and that would give him 3 days rest. Actually 4 days rest, normal rest, to start on Thursday in the postseason if they decide to go that way. And by giving themselves that option, they can start either Pettitte or Hughes, whomever they decide.
In game 2.
In game 2, right. That will be Thursday. So it'd be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the 4 days necessary for either Hughes or Pettitte. And all of New York will be holding their breath.
Ball skips in there from Hughes to Hall, and it's 2-1. Albaladejo was up during the 8th. He was ready to go, and after that long inning by Kerry Wood, as a foul tip gets a lot of Posada, Hughes gets up late and gets right into this game.
Jorge appears to be all right, but it got him right on the mask. And as we are finding out nowadays, those shots off the mask are a lot more serious than we have been led to believe over the years.
Wide open stance to start for Bill Hall, who's hit 18 home runs this season and time called at the plate. Speculation was that Phil Hughes would get into action this weekend, but it would come tomorrow. Either in an abbreviated start or out of the bullpen. Instead, it's on Saturday night. And he strikes out Bill Hall to start the bottom of the ninth.
Good fastball right over the outside corner to get Hall.
Great movement from Phil Hughes. And it reminds you how big of a weapon he was in the second half of the season last year, coming out of the bullpen for the Yankees.
Yeah, he's been a very, very valuable guy to Joe Girardi and Dave Allen and the Yankees, both in the pen and as a starter.
Ball one. Bounces into Nava. Phil Hughes, just 24 years old. They've tried to limit his workload this season. 175 2/3 innings pitched now. Good on Sunday night against the Red Sox. Good movement there, and a strike to Nava. Hughes was 10-1 with an ERA of 3.17 in mid-June. Has gone 7-7 since with an ERA over 5. Falls behind Nava, 2 balls and a strike.
Phil, good enough to make the All-Star team, and it was right near his hometown, about 10 minutes away from Anaheim Stadium.
The 2-1. 3-1. Yankees. First half overall, 11-2, 6-6 in the second half. Here's a 3-1. That's a strike. Full count.
Shaking Posada off.
Check swing, slow tapper to Jeter, who makes the play. 2 out.
A 6-pitch to Nava. The curveball for a strike, and then the fastball in there. Change up outside, as is the fastball. And on the 3-2 pitch, check swing. And Nava 1 for 5. I was just thinking about it. You know, there aren't too many 65s who've made an all-star team. It's an odd number. As the Yankees are running out of low numbers.
Yeah, well, that's for sure.
All of them.
There's a fastball for a strike. 2's finished. Nobody else will wear that number.
No.
The guy at shortstop will be the last one to wear 2. There's a good fastball from Hughes. 0-2.
When you and I are long gone, the Yankees may be the first team in the majors to initiate tried numerals on the back.
Now pitching, number 127. The 0-2 pitch and a strikeout. An impressive inning in the bottom of the 9th for Phil Hughes. 2 strikeouts, a ground out. Let's go to the 10th. Here comes Papelbon, tied at 5. Race is wrapping up. An amazing finish, and it just got a little more amazing today. In 2 weeks, the 2 best teams will go after each other in the NLCS. See which team will advance to represent the National League in the World Series. Coverage of baseball's postseason returns October 16th, 2 weeks from today. The NLCS, followed by the World Series, right here on Fox. Papelbon takes over. As we go to the 10th inning, and for the Yankees, it is Gardner first up. An impressive scoreless inning by Bard, 2 strikeouts. Meanwhile, Papelbon has blown 8 saves. This obviously isn't a save chance, but that's the year he's had, the most in his career. That fastball is in for a strike at 95, and the count 1-1. 8 outings against the Yankees this year, 0-2, an ERA of 8.64. It's Gardner now, then Ramiro Pena, then Jeter if anybody gets on Granderson.
Usually when a short reliever has a bad year, it will be because he's been used too much perhaps the years before for 2 or 3 years in a row, but that has not been Papelbon's problem. He's throwing as hard as he's always thrown. His location, the quality of his strike's not there, and the inability to get the breaking ball over.
2-2. Bullpen is quiet for the Yankees, so it appears that Phil Hughes will go back for another inning. There are the numbers in 8 games against the Yankees this season. 2 blown saves and 4 home runs allowed, 3 against the rest of baseball. That's up. And the count full. As Terry Francona told us before the game, the problem for Papelbon, it's not the pitching stuff, but falling behind with a fastball and not being in a position to make hitters chase the split finger delivery. The count's 3-2. Gardner stays up there. Gardner gets on in this 10th inning for the Yankees. He could start a lot of things here with his legs. Got Pena to follow. You could use the bunt. Then you get Jeter and Granderson. Joe Girardi has always seemed to be more willing to play that style baseball since he took over for the Yankees 3 years ago. Another foul.
I think because of the National League experience, his experience with the Chicago Cubs, the Colorado Rockies, being around Don Zimmerman, Joe Torre, his tutors, 2 of his tutors.
Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming to Gardner, leading it off in the 10th. Broken bat, foul. Sounded like he broke it. Gardner's checking it.
Did sound like it. Get the MRI out.
Let's take a listen. Sounded weird coming off his bat. He's willing to keep it and give it another chance.
Well, sometimes you can get cracks in the pine tar and you can't pick them up until you go back and take the pine tar off or really examine them. That's one of the detriments to the pine tar. You have a hairline fracture that can't be picked up.
Another 3-2 pitch from Papelbon. Gardner leading it off. Takes a walk. And now we'll see if that's how Girardi wants to play it. It's Cash behind the plate, not Victor Martinez. Gardner, the runner at first base. He stole 2 bases in the 8th, and he has 44 on the year. Been caught only 9 times. See if the Yankees want to bunt.
They may bunt here, but I'll tell you, I think you give up an out by bunting early.
And it doesn't look like Pena is in for a treat trying to bunt Papelbon anyway.
No. Well, you have the left-handed batter up there. You've got Gardner with speed. He's already had 2 stolen bases in this game. I think you use the advantage of the left-hander, send the runner, and then when he gets to second, then bunt him to third. That way you bring the infield in again.
Play it straight. Bunt is perfect. And the out at first. Sacrifice is good. 3-4 with Anderson feeding Bill Hall. Back to the top of the order, and Jeter. And now Kevin Cash goes out to talk to Papelbon with a runner at second. We'll go over the signs. Jeter is 1 for 4 with a single and a run scored. The Yankees had a great chance in the 8th inning with a runner at third, 1 out. Jeter struck out. And then had the bases loaded for Rodriguez, who flied to right. That ended the inning. Correo, the right-hander, was on the mound. Ball 1 to Jeter.
Just the type of game you want to play when you have a 9 o'clock start scheduled for the second game.
You know, that's interesting. I mean, they have to take everybody out of this park.
Yeah. No. It is 8:18 as we speak.
Here's the 1-0. Strike 1. That is the scheduled time, 9:05 for the second game of this split doubleheader. And wanting 2 gates. Plan is to get everybody out of the park and then get everybody back in and start a game that obviously is not going to start at 9:05.
Yeah, you can't ask some of the fans to leave early either.
Okay, you've had your fun. Now let's pack it up. Strike 2 on Jeter.
We'll let you know how it came out.
Just listen to the reaction. You can hear it outside. Go ahead run at second, 1 out. Jeter steps out. There's no telling when that second game's going to start.
No.
And they were willing to start the game last night after 10 o'clock.
Yeah, if you don't know when the first game is going to end, you don't know when the second game is going to start.
Well, it might have been a little ambitious to say, okay, Yankees Red Sox going to start at 4:10. And there's the pitching matchup following this game. Here's a 1-2 to Jeter. Check swing grounder, gets past Papelbon, and it stays on the infield. In to score is Gardner, as Bill Hall couldn't make a bare hand pickup. It got under the glove of Papelbon, and Hall rushed it with a bare hand try, and once he missed it, Gardner was able to score without a play.
Yeah, that's one time where the bare hand is not advisable because the ball can trickle by you, and with a guy like Gardner always ready to run. But Bill Hall thinking it's a very difficult play, thinking that the only way to get Jeter is with the bare hand, and by doing that you take a chance on allowing Gardner to score, and Gardner alertly goes home, and the Yankees retake the lead.
And that will get Rivera up in the Yankee bullpen. It's an infield hit. The run scores on the error by Hall. No RBI for Jeter. And for Bill Hall, that's error number 12. He shifted to second base. Jeter takes off. The throw by Cash is too late. Stolen base number 18 for Jeter. Hall started this game in right. And remember the two good plays Felipe Lopez made at second base. He's now at third with all the pinch running that was done in that one-run eighth. Hall's at second base, and his miscue on a barehanded try allows the sixth run to score for the Yankees. Strike one on Granderson. Curtis Granderson has an RBI triple. He scored twice, walked twice, and a strike over the inside part, strike two. Tampa Bay just got out of a bases loaded 1-out situation. Still lead 3-0 in the fourth inning now at Kansas City. Got him looking, 2 out. Back to the Jeter play.
It was a check swing by Derek Jeter. I believe that was a split finger fastball. Now you can see Hall coming in, looking toward first, realizing he's got to hurry the throw, but in doing so the ball trickles by him and Gardner scores the go-ahead run. And Papelbon's woes continue.
Started because of a walk. And then the check swing. I mean, Papelbon, his mistake in this inning came with a walk.
Right.
Strike one to Teixeira. We're in the 10th. Yankees lead by 1. Rivera will take over in the bottom of the inning. Strike two on Teixeira. There are 7 baseballs sitting on top of the screen behind home plate.
You know, I noticed those between innings and wondered why they weren't retrieved. I don't quite get that.
Are you going to go get them?
No.
Here comes the 0-2. That's foul, just launched.
Maybe they'll be picked up before game 2 starts.
Maybe so. That'll be something that the fans can wait around and, well, no, they can't. They're going to have to leave.
Oh, boy. Then back at him at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Good news for the Yankees is they'll be off Monday and Tuesday. They'll need the rest. Still 0-2 on Teixeira. Runner at second, 2 out. That's Jeter out there. And the inning is over. Papelbon is thinking, what do I have to do? He walked the leadoff man, and it cost him. Rivera will take over. Bottom of the 10th. Yankees lead at 6-5. join Cops in Progress. And then at 9 Eastern, America's Most Wanted. The Yankees want to win, and they would love to have Mariano Rivera, Tim, make a statement here in the 10th inning.
Well, Joe, you talked about it earlier about how Mariano Rivera has had a couple of side sessions this week when the Yankees were in Toronto, and all it is Dave Allen has said that Mariano has dropped his hand to the side, right to the right, and he needs to reestablish getting back on top of the ball so the cutter works. It's really that simple. Pretty easy to understand.
First up, Felipe Lopez takes a ball down and in. There's Dave Island. Felipe Lopez is the number 9 man. Darnell McDonald will follow, and then Patterson is the scheduled 3rd hitter. Here's a 1-0. Ball 2-2-0. No matter what, though, when Mariano Rivera in the month of September has 2 side sessions in Toronto, that they downplay and they say, well, if it's Mariano Rivera, he gives up a couple of runs, everybody freaks out. Well, he's been ineffective, and it's been a rough month of September after he was called on back-to-back games in Texas. He's had a tough time rebounding.
Yeah, it's sometimes in baseball, like in a lot of things, little things can cause big problems. And that little thing for Rivera is dropping the hand down.
Since the 1st of September, Rivera's blown 3 saves, and his ERA is 4.76. Here's a 2-1 to Lopez. 2-2.
All 4 fastballs that Rivera has thrown thus far have been Rivera-like. Nothing flat. There's bite toward the left-handed batter.
From a guy who's got 39 career postseason saves. On his way to yet another postseason with the Yankees. 2-2 pitch is up. 3-2. Hughes was good, 1 perfect inning with 2 strikeouts. Now what does Rivera give the Yankees? Fooled Lopez, and a fly ball to center where Granderson hauls it in.
There's nothing noticeable that I can tell where he's dropping his hand down, and certainly those fastballs look like the Mariano Rivera cutter that has put the fear of God in American League hitters for the last 16 years.
Here's Ryan Kalish, who comes off the bench to bat for McDonald and takes a strike. You like that pitch?
Yes. That's Rivera-like. That's what you're used to seeing from our center field camera.
Kalish with 1 out is tied up. That's not only the pitch, that's the reaction you've seen from hitters over the years.
And more left-handed batters than right-handed batters. Check swing or a broken bat.
The count's 1-2. Now 2-2. I think it's worth pointing out again, the Yankees start the day a half game up on Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is winning at Kansas City in the middle innings now. 3-0 Rays. The Yankees have another game tonight, and it is getting chilly here at Fenway Park. Now there's a broken bat. And a bare hand pickup by Cano, who's doing everything. He may not win the MVP, but he should get some votes. I don't know anything he can do more to win that award.
Boy, this is a terrific play. Ball coming up, barehanding it to get Ryan Kalish. Wow, that's some play.
So Cano takes care of out number 2, and the batter will be Eric Patterson, who came on as a pinch runner in the 8th. It stays as is. Hughes is the winner. Papelbon the loser. And the save for Rivera would be his 33rd. Just to finish the thought, if the Yankees can win the nightcap of this long day of baseball, say Tampa Bay wins at Kansas City, then it's a 1-game advantage, but the Yankees still have to play it like they're tied tomorrow, because if they end up with the same record, meaning they lose and Tampa Bay wins tomorrow, then Tampa Bay wins the division because of the head-to-head matchup.
That's exactly right.
If Tampa Bay wins tonight, nothing is decided. 0-2 pitch. Ball 1. J.D. Drew has come into the on-deck circle. With 2 out, nobody on. That's strike 3, and that is a statement by Rivera here in the 10th. Game over. Yankees win it. The first of 2 games here at Fenway today, 6-5. Phil Hughes is the winner as he worked a perfect 9th inning. And a rub on the left shoulder from Alex Rodriguez for Mariano Rivera, who did this to end the day.
I think the Yankees did a lot of things right tonight to get Rivera on track, Hughes on track. Andy Pettitte, you don't know, but either Andy Pettitte or Phil Hughes can start on Thursday on regular rest.
So the Yankees and Red Sox will play another. They will empty this stadium and then fill it again. And here is an updated look at the standings with Tampa Bay still playing. They have added to their lead 4-0 in the middle innings at Kansas City. The producer of today's game, Jeff Gowan. The director is John Moore. Associate Director Kathy Hunt. The broadcast associate Andy Kavanaugh. And my thanks and Tim's thanks as always to Steve Horn, our editorial consultant. Craig Marlowe is our technical producer. And we will take a break and come back right after this from your local Fox station. 6-5 New York.